stack here. Now, this pump stack is going to pump lava all the way up to here, at the very least. There's kind of part of me that just wants to fill this cavern layer up with lava, or maybe even this up with lava right here. Like, just make this into a big old lava flow. But I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, I want to get lava mostly up to the surface. Mostly. And have a way of disposing bodies with lava and stuff. But yeah, we are trying to zombify everything, and this is the size of the map. It is a 1x1 fort, so space is limited, which is why most of the layers are going to end up being like me digging out most of the layer and then building in it. We do have ourselves a little library, the Mansion of Lashes. We've got the Brass Spice, which, yes, is comprised of these two zones here. We've got the Chapel of Deeps, which is our very nice temple complex. We've got the Fleshy Cathedral. Most of the dwarves seem to worship the god of death, which I'm sure is friendly, and everybody loves him. And this is where most of the bedrooms are, although we are pretty short on bedrooms at the moment. I do have to expand these a wee bit. But thankfully we are on that, so I can actually probably satisfy that now, because I was in the process of doing that last stream. Yeah, that's the state of things. This is probably the last fort I'm going to do before the siege update. And when that comes around, we will generate a new world and go from there. Romanoid would like a clother. I don't really have much of a clothing industry, but which one do you prefer? Do you want the one who's in the military or the one with the beard? Giant king cobras. Genetics. I find myself having fun when chat is active and interested in what I'm doing. The game doesn't really matter so much, Nimzord. But I'm also a weird case. I have fun with both modes, but I would play both modes less if I didn't do this as a job. If this wasn't my job, this would be a game that I would play every 8 months when there's an update. I'd put 100 hours in and then forget about it for a year. Is probably how I would play. It's a really lovely piece of software, hey? It definitely has some drawbacks and some things that are a bit more primitive and like hacky than Premiere, but it launches faster, which is nice. Yeah, I've been quite happy with it, Barus. Well, I mean, like, YouTube chat's usually pretty dead, Tapioc, which is why I was addressing the Twitch chat, but YouTube chat's a nice bonus. Basically, like, I'm having fun if I've made enough money to, like, hit my minimums for the day, and if chat is, like, relatively active, and there's people watching. That's like, my barrier to fun, so it doesn't really matter which mode I'm playing as long as chat's interested. I was never a big Masterwork user back in the day. You want the bearded one. I was never a big Masterwork user back in the day, but the developer of Masterfork actually reached out to me. Like, I don't know, maybe a year ago now? Saying that they were working on it, so I've known that it's coming. It's neat to see it, and it's neat that they took my advice. Or I don't know if they necessarily took it, but like they did the thing that I was hoping that they would do, which I talked to them about, which is if you go to it, it's very explicit about crediting everybody's mods that are included. I mean, it's just a big mod pack. You got to remember that. It's like Feed the Beast or something. It's neat. But yeah, as somebody who never really played Masterwork back in the day, it's not, I think, as big of a deal to me personally, but it's interesting. It's got you by the balls? Oh, there's worse places it could have you by. Romanoid is a coward, completely overwhelmed with fear when confronted by danger. Huh. And can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. I like how sometimes when I'm reading a dwarf's description, it's like, we'll see you later, Wretched Television. Maybe I'll still be on when you're done with work, but I like how sometimes when I'm reading a dwarf's description, it's like, man, that's just like me. And then sometimes it just starts with me making, like, massively insulting them. So I'm sorry for calling you a coward. I didn't mean it. The game did it. He does not go out of his way to help others and is very humble. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is very friendly. He is a very friendly individual. He is conflicted by this nature since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to ask others for help. With difficult decisions. I almost read that line twice. And tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And has a greedy streak, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, but can handle stress. Okay. So he's tough, but, like, he's very cautious, I guess. Cowardly, even. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. This is literally you? Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, the can't handle stress part kind of, like, nullifies the coward part, you know? Like, just isn't going to run into a fight. But I think, honestly, maybe a lot of... how do I put this? I think a lot of people would probably fit into Dwarf Fortress's definition of a coward, right? Like, if there was just, like, straight up people fighting in the streets with knives, I would run away. I don't know if that makes me a coward. I think that makes me smart. But, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes, for sure. The one that I always feel bad about is the can't stand those who, appear unusual or live differently. It's like, oh no. You're not accepting of other cultures. Anyway, he personally finds the idea of family loathsome. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Yeah, this one's kind of a roast. And doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes horn silver and pig iron, as well as fire agate and clear glass, nautilus shell, sheep's wool, and linen paper, and the color mauve taupe, as well as cabochons, crutches, and sloths for their slow movement, and the sound of the umber poem, and the sight of the lark's luxury of styling. And when possible, prefers to consume cave fish and spelt beer and quinoa flour, and absolutely hates mussels. I love these lime cans for lime bubbly. I don't think avoiding unnecessary violence is particularly cowardly. Sure, for a human, in reality, but that's what Dwarf Fortress's definition of cowardly is like they're gonna run away from violence, right? I'm not going by, like, reality here. I'm going by, like, Dwarf Fortress's definition of cowardly. Alright, so I need to get these dwarves out of these cages. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make a square up here of chalk. I think dwarves favor more technological warfare than martial culture. It depends on the faction. I mean, it was the last fort I played where literally every single dwarf valued martial prowess and had some skill in some combat style. Like, literally every single dwarf I encountered had some sort of ability to do violence, which was actually a little weird to see. Like, I don't think, you don't see factions like that very often, where, like, literally every dwarf, like, wanted martial prowess, wanted to, or, like, dozens of them wanted to be legendary warriors. Like, it was just very common in that faction, which was weird, actually. But it does happen sometimes. It must have been a couple days ago. Ice Blue. They might still have the notification up. They probably shower more often than dwarves are based on the fact that they're outside, though, genetics. So I think that Stinky might actually be a how do I put this? Inaccurate descriptor of such peoples. Maybe, I was going to say suntan, but that's going to get problematic quickly. Fruit eaters. You goddamn mango munchers. Or something. I don't know. Or like gymnasts. Can't trust them. All that climbing. That ain't normal, man. It just ain't normal. They spent too much time at... This is a very specific to where I grew up reference. Crash Crawlies growing up, which was basically just like a kid's gymnasium. Like, I've seen many dwarves that just don't get negative thoughts when they get rained on. They just get neutral thoughts. Dwarves don't hate the rain anywhere near as much as they used to. Like, it used to legitimately be, like, as bad as seeing a dead body. But as of version 47.05, that was changed. And then I think it was nerfed again in Premium. But, it was, like, beds weren't, like, separate rooms weren't anywhere near as important in some of the older versions. Like, when I did a lot of recording for that documentary, I was reminded pretty starkly of the fact that in a lot of the older versions, like, you could just kind of run, like, with a dormitory and they wouldn't get that thought ever about, like, not having a proper bedroom. They get that thought a lot more. So at this point, I think, like, not having a proper bedroom is actually more detrimental to a dwarf's mental health than getting caught in the rain. Like, I don't find the rain to be that big of a deal in the current game at all. Elves don't do anything. Actually, you know, welfare workers might be a good way to describe elves, because they literally don't have jobs. They literally just hang around in trees, and the trees do everything for them. They don't do anything. They eat food that's produced by the trees, and all of their furniture and clothing is produced by the trees and plants. Like, they're just living in an automated forest factory utopia. They literally hang around in trees. Yeah. I don't know, go visit one in adventure mode and you'll see. Because that's what the trees make. The trees don't grow like steel. The trees grow wood. So that's why they're using wooden armor, is because that's what the trees grow. Yeah, I've been attacked by elves with flying animals before. They're like druidic tech bros. Tech bros? How are they tech bros? They're more just hippies. That's what kind of cage? That is an iron cage.
Beirut 58 cheered.
Holy shit.
100.
Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. I'm gonna go up to here. Go down to here. Just make an animal's cage. Something I would like to mention, though, just because we're in-game now proper. This is a crowdfunded channel. I don't take any corporate sponsorships. So I make a living because people throw bits, tips, gift subs, or Prime subs here. Generally, the YouTube side of things pays maybe a tenth, if not less, than what the Twitch side makes. But I also make a living off of memberships and super chats. But the YouTube split is closer to 50% on super chats and not very good on memberships, but it is what it is. If you like this channel and you like what it is and you like what I do here, do consider supporting me in some way. Although just leaving a like on the stream if you're on the YouTube side or hanging out in the chat is always appreciated. Sharing the stuff that I do or leaving comments on my YouTube videos also helps. But at the end of the day, I am literally here and I have a job because people subscribe to the channel. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Well, I would, just nowhere near as frequently. So, appreciate you for your time and for watching the channel. You know, it's kind of funny, Zalvi, because usually what I say is, sure, when there's a long break between patches, and we've just had a long break between patches, and I've had, like, enough like side activities and weird goals in mind that modding the game doesn't seem that appealing. And now we're about to have a big patch again. So would I? I'm always open to trying mods, but I need to be like burnt out, but also not burnt, if that makes any sense. Because if I'm burnt out, I don't want to think, and I'm really fucking burnt out, and I've been really fucking burnt out for a while. So I don't want to have to fuck with anything too new. I don't know. I've got nothing against mods. Like, people talk about me like I don't like mods. It's not that I don't like mods. None of them really interest me. The Master Fork thing is interesting, but I need to mess around with it off stream first. There you go, Kibby. The dwarves are so happy. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Make dwarfs happy. Is adventure mode fun? Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's why I have so many gremlins. If you go watch part 1 of the VODs on my VOD channel of this fortress, you can see some stuff I do with adventure mode. But I will say the same thing that I always say, which is I don't like playing it as a game on its own. I like playing it as part of fortress mode. So I will go on short adventures from time to time to bring things to fortresses that I'm working on. I don't really have a ton of interest in, like, you know, how do I put this? Just doing a run of adventure mode. Much to some people's dismay, but it is what it is. Mostly because, as I said earlier, when chat was asking, I enjoy when chat is interested in what I'm doing and engaged. That is my main fun factor for video games. It's a lot harder to keep chat engaged for long sessions of adventure mode because there's not a lot going on screen a lot of the time. I will say the trillionth thing about DF Hack, which is it's not really a mod. So it's technically a separate piece of software. It's more like running a trainer or using like cheat engine or essentially enabling mod tool or dev tools, not mod tools. So I don't really count that as a mod, but Thades Hammer. I mean, it doesn't blow my mind. I mean, I know what kind of games the developers like. I talked about this a fuck ton last week, so I don't know if I want to retread all of that. But adventure mode is the engine development for fortress mode. So adventure mode is important and needs to happen needs to be developed as much as fortress mode. But there's like a handful of things that I really need to be added to fortress mode, or to adventure mode rather, before I stream it as its own mode. And most of those are things that are planned, but who knows when. You know, stuff like making the world seem more alive and dynamic. Stuff like adding more, you know, complex systems to the functionality of towns. Work being done on the quest system, stuff like that. You know, I've never seen a single episode of Berserk, so I know what those words mean, but at the same time, I don't really know what those words mean. Also, the Radius is still alive. He's just a zombie. When there are so many cavern layers, build in the cavern layer. Although pretty is subjective, so. I just build things I like looking at. More than anything. Literally one, and he's in that cage. I did one test run of zombieing. It's also kind of brutal the way I zombify people, because I literally have to, like, starve them to death in a cage at the moment. I'm in an ad break, apparently, so I'm gonna go use the washroom real quick. If somebody's saying that a piece of media that you like sucks is enough to make you rage, I'm not going to say that you deserve to be baited, but I think that you've got bigger problems than that being rage bait. I mean, it's an opinion, and it's an unneeded opinion, and I don't need you starting fights about fucking anime in my chat, Orange. So if anything, I'm kind of on the side of, like, Baruz's rage bait statement there. Like, you don't need to be an unprompted douche. It's not really appreciated much. It's nice of you to keep the zombies around. It prevents bad thoughts from losing family members. I mean, I'm going to try and kill them and re-resurrect them again. But yeah, I honestly don't appreciate that very much, Orange. All right. Let's see if I can have a second chance at resurrecting that gremlin. Brilliant film for everyone. Maybe not a 5-year-old. Maybe everyone over the age of, like, 14. Depending on the 14-year-old. I mean, I love that movie, but I wouldn't recommend everyone watch it. It's no Shaun of the Dead. I'll put it that way. Called the Rift Breakers? I know of... How long has that existed? Because there's a video game that I've played called Rift Breaker. Which is like, huh? Hold up. Which came first? I'm currently trying to make intelligent undead gremlins. But I'm not positive I'll be able to resurrect it. I'm going to try, but... Baby's first horror film? What, Shaun of the Dead? Isn't that Gremlins, usually? I actually haven't seen Gremlins in its entirety, but... I will rewatch Shaun of the Dead between now and Christmas, most likely. I was supposed to watch... I say supposed to because I'm watching a podcast that does movies, but I was planning to watch Hereditary this weekend, but I just didn't get around to it because I wasn't feeling great yesterday. Yesterday was the day I wanted to do that, and I just... bleh. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's great for a child. Right? Like, this is, like, a know your kid kind of thing. I was fucking terrified of Peter Pan when I was 8. I mean, this month so far at Thades Hammer, I've seen The Final Destination, the first one. I'm actually going to pause all of these constructions real quick. Just so that we can get these boulders moved out of here quicker. I watched The Final Destination, which is it's a fucking comedy. That movie is Rube Goldberg Machines of Death. Like, that movie's hysterical. I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I watched Nosferatu. And I've watched The Ring. That's what I've seen so far this month. Oh, also I watched most of 28 Days Later and most of Dawn of the Dead at the bar on Sunday, but it was muted and had subtitles on. The new one, Baruz, yeah. Western Ring. I just like the set design in the recent Nosferatu. It's just a pleasant movie to look at. So I'm going to try and resurrect this gremlin again. The thing that happened last time is it was killed by boulders ricocheting around. So I'm just going to bring the 2 necromancers back in here and get them stationed down there. But first we just need to get these boulders out of here. And there's kind of a lot of them. I'm also just going to pause everything down at the bottom. Set you to no orders so that you can also come help. The forest? I'm not familiar. I mean, I've seen the old one too, but I'm talking about the modern one. Wait. Very good movie. I hadn't seen it before, but I had seen The Witch before, so it wasn't my first Robert Eggers movie. I really like The Witch. It's a very, very, very good movie. Very good movie. Last night you watched The Menu? Not familiar. The Witch was so heavy. Yeah, it's fair, but I don't know, that's the kind of horror I like. Speaking of good thrillers, for those of you who still... I think it's on Netflix. Late Night with the Devil? Fun movie. Like, A+ fun movie. Had a ton of fun watching that movie. It was interesting? Huh. I wonder how that ages. Okay, so I've just got 3 more boulders to get rid of. And the odds of the... Because unlike the Necromancer, the gremlin releases itself from the cages. The Necromancers can't actually do that. Okay, where did you go? What? How dare you be in hospital? That's ridiculous. How are we going to zombify the gremlins? So this one's already dead, but first you need a dead gremlin. I have a dead gremlin and I'm trying to do this before it rots. It is mangled, so it may not work. This is a troll, which is hostile. The necromancers need to be in combat to be able to, what's the word? Use their necromancy powers. So what I'm going to do is I'm putting 3 of them in who are all in a squad here. But I'm going to open this menu up, and only one of them is actually going to be stationed. So if I click this, I can click on you right here. So this necromancer is now... Well, actually, I should probably get you over there, maybe. Or maybe, like, over here. So you're going to go stand there, while the other 2 are just free. So the fact that it's stationed, when this dwarf sees this troll, he'll use his necromancy abilities. Or she'll use her necromancy abilities. That's my adventurer, who brought all of the gremlins. But I need one to pull these levers. This lever, when it gets pulled, is going to release the troll, but it's also, on top of releasing the troll, it's going to drop this platform right here down to here, because this is connected to both the troll cage and that. That will cause this character to scare the currently in station military position character to use their abilities. That will resurrect the gremlin, and the cave-in will knock them all into cage traps so that the nightmares don't kill them. Does that make sense? Here we go. So first, the cave-in begins. That releases the soldier, which that's suddenly not working now. And I thought that would trigger combat, but it doesn't appear to be. Why? Oh, did we knock out the troll? Is that the problem? Okay, well, that one didn't work. Now it did. And we have an intelligent undead gremlin. But now the problem is, can I get them out? Run away. Okay, also, which side are you on? Okay, so I do in fact have a friendly, intelligent, undead gremlin. But now you're going to go in and die, probably. Well, chaos ensues. So you are now a zombie, to my knowledge. More zombies appear. Everything goes poof. All right. We can try the setup again. Those are some cool-ass spiders, though. Gotta be honest. Now the benefit here is I can literally just put the 3 of these on there. And I still have Moreb. It's doing the work. It's not doing all the work, though. It needs to do a bit more work. Needs to do a bit more work is the concern here and the problem. Also, I do have a scary zombie. Who I have up here, I think. Oh, right, because you're up there. So I need this rat is here to be removed from right there. So I can replace you. Actually, why don't I just make a... just a corpses stockpile right there. You cannot be replaced. I'm trying to bring you back, mate. On the right side of existence. Okay, let's also go all the way down to here. Unforbid a few of these. Not all of them, just a few of them. So they'll work on that in the background. All right, who's ready for another round, chat? Who's ready for another round? Except now I only have one necromancer, so they better do their job correctly. Actually, never mind, I have two. I misread that. Also, didn't you die? I guess not. I just got them caught in a cage. I thought that this dwarf also died, but no, they just got stuck in a cage. So I just gotta unassign them and assign the correct dwarf. Also, oh no! This got canceled. That's unfortunate. C'est la vie. Gonna have to redo a bunch of that. It's fine. Who romances the necromancers, or who necros the romancers? Where are we going with this? Ratisk. Who's over here? Let's see if we can get Radis into the right places. Someone's gonna go be very brave and just like walk. This dwarf right here to where I need him. Udil the Necromancer's been missing for a week, X2. Although Udil may have actually ended up in a cage. Let me double check. But he's right there. Huh. Incorrect, Dracogen. It was me, Dio. I love that. Just like literally walking the zombie over there. It's not a friendly zombie either. Okay, so you go up here, place that. Just have to do all of this before these bodies rot, because the second they start rotting, we have a problem. All right, so you are not hooked up yet. Gotta wait. Link building to trigger is happening. You give love bites, do you know? Just dropped in. What's he trying to do with the necromancers? I'm trying to remance the necromancers. Yes, that. Okay, so we're gonna cancel this station without like killing my own necromancer with nightmares. We get Moreb to go stand back there. And then you are gonna pull this lever. Okay, so hold up. Before I do literally anything, we have one intelligent undead necromancer. Success. 2 intelligent undead necromancers. Success. 3 intelligent undead. One of them isn't a necromancers. And then Radis. But this is caving in. So hopefully they don't die and get knocked in to the cages. Okay, so at least 2 of them have been knocked into the cages. What? Oh, I see. Because they're intelligent undead, they're friendly with the nightmares. Okay. So. We succeeded. I'm sorry, Radis, you're still a zombie. So round of beers for that, I think. Because I can now open this. And wait a moment. Because when the smoke clears... these 2 can be rescued. And they just show up and recover the wounded. I'm sorry, Radis. So now I have 1 Necromancer Undead Adventurer, Kafit, and I have a Necromancer Dwarf. And Drakagen is my doctor, who's very perplexed by these patients, probably. Okay, we got a dwarf cleaning the patients, grabbing a bucket. Came in for a checkup. What the hell is that? It's a necromancer dwarf and a necromancer human. Both adventurers. Have we caught any nightmares? I can't catch the nightmares, but I do have 2 intelligent undead necromancers now. Who are immune to the necromancers. Or who are immune to the undead. And I also have a friendly rotten butcher gremlin. Who just appears to be vibing. I don't know. I don't think he's going to join the fort, but I do have a friendly rotten butcher gremlin. I could do some shenanigans to make him join the fort, but otherwise he's just going to stand here for forever. I think that's mostly up to you guys if you guys want me to use the effect to make him join the fort, but... it's been a lot for that little guy. He's literally died at least twice. Okay, we'll use some hacks. Okay, he's now got a new name. And, does he become a pet again? Yeah, okay. I have to train him? Oh, that's funny. And then aside from that, yeah, it's just this rotten troll corpse now, who I can get rid of. But let's just stop that from being a concern. Probably nothing. Yeah. Zombies have no personality, so he's got a non-personality. He also probably still won't move much. I might be able to do a little bit more with him now, though. Then what I gotta do is I gotta move Radis up there. Actually, no, I didn't need to move you up there. Oh well. Then I need to... Oh, no, not that. What type of cage are you in? You're in a tower cap cage, and you're in a pearwood cage. There's lots of downsides to being both of those things. In fact, there's more downsides than upsides. Watch my video on running a vampire fort, and you'll see all the downsides. For necromancers, they have the ability to basically just like end your fort if combat happens and they're nearby. So there is absolutely downsides. Everything from mental downsides to literal physical downsides. More of these nightmares after the necro power. You don't remember them in your game. Okay, so necromancers can summon nightmares. They've been able to do this for a very long time. But they were either disabled or like commented out of the code for a bit because they had this problem where if they stayed on your map too long, they would start having babies. And if they stayed on your map too long and started having babies, then you would have friendly nightmares on your map, which is hilarious, but also like literally unplayable. They're basically like one-off summons. They can basically, necromancers can summon forgotten beasts. They were mostly an adventure mode feature up until recently when they were re-enabled. What they are is they, when a necromancer's in combat, they can just like appear a forgotten beast. But they disappear after a few seconds and they will attack anything that feels fear. So anything that is alive, in some cases also the necromancer, they will attack. And then they disappear when combat ends. How do you get necromancers? You find a book with instructions. I just realized that that sounds like I'm being really pedantic and mean, but literally you raid a necromancer tower and you find the tome of with the secrets of life and death. I have two of them. One of them is called Mortality for Everyone, which I think is really funny. And then the other one is the something of the something. Hold on. I can actually just go look what they're called. Departure, the definitive guide is one of them, and then the other one is Mortality for Everyone. Which is really funny, if you ask me. So. But yeah, like, go raid a necromancer tower and you'll find one eventually, whether you want to or not. Sometimes it takes a while to find it, though. If you raised a dead were creature, would it still have the curse? 100%. Also, could someone in chat answer that question for them? Because I'm not entirely positive that they saw it because we are in an ad break at the moment. Man, I had a couple of those For Dummies books as a kid, and I found them completely useless. It's an intended feature, Vakruk. They've been in the game as long as I've played. The issue is that they attack things with fear, and necromancers have fear. If they don't attack the thing that summoned them, it's 100% not a bug. Unless you're like making a joke, but it's 100% not a bug. Is there bugs with the feature currently? Yes, because they shouldn't attack the necromancer that summoned them. However, them being able to do that is not a bug. Categorically not a bug. No. No, it wouldn't. Scapegoat. No, it wouldn't. Well, I mean, I think the For Dummies books existed before Wikipedia. Also, Kirk in YouTube chat, what's wrong with Picard? Yeah, I know the feeling. DS. But I remember I had it was Mac computers for dummies and C+ for dummies, and literally learned nothing from either of them. Sorry, I was looking at Star Trek memes last night, so that's kind of where my brain is. It's like, what's wrong with Picard? Because I was really interested in that Voyager game, and then learned it was literally just the story from Voyager in linear order, and I was like, oh, that's actually really boring. Like, oh no, oh, it's not as cool as I thought it would be. I mean, I'm also in the same boat, DS. When new patches for games that I like streaming announce updates, I often lose a lot of my desire to play them. And this challenge is fun, so like I'm having a good time with this, but I'm not as enthusiastic about this particular fortress as I was maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it's like odd, but also 15 years late. I don't know. I would really like a Star Trek game that is just like a build your own starship and then like maybe have XCOM crew style crew acquiring or something where like you put together a crew based on randomly generated people and then like have to go do Star Trek shit. No, not FTL. I don't want FTL. I want like an XCOM management game, like a game with a big campaign. FTL is like a run-based thing. It's a very like short-term thing, and also doesn't have Star Trek branding. And also there isn't any ship building in FTL. That's like me saying that like I want like a grand campaign management thing, kind of like I don't know, Crusader Kings, and you're like, so Age of Empires? Pretty different games, in my opinion. I would rather stab my eyes out than play a tabletop RPG. That's not what I want. No, I want a video game. Sorry if I need to be clearer. I want a video game. If I wanted to play tabletop RPGs, I would play tabletop RPGs. I don't want a tabletop RPG. I want a video game. Do you have any advice on how to manage bloat? Feel bogged down when you hit around 100 dwarves? Don't worry about micromanaging every single dwarf. It's impossible. I mean, I don't want Stellaris at all. I don't want any Paradox game. I give up. I'm going to change the subject because you guys are either being intentionally dumb or like just ignoring what I'm saying. So I give up. Space Haven is all right. That's close-ish. I always found the combat in that game to be very dull, though. I have 2 mods in my chat that I'm aware of, and those are the only mods running in this playthrough. This is vanilla content. If you were maliciously compliant, then you would be doing what the rest of chat is doing, not being like, there's a tabletop RPG for that. Because you know I don't play tabletop RPGs, and I don't like tabletop RPGs, and don't want to play tabletop RPGs. And when I'm around human beings, I want to be around human beings, not playing a tabletop RPG. So, I would say, yeah, you're just being maliciously compliant, but not as effectively maliciously compliant as the rest of chat. Also, when I talk about video games, I'm almost always talking in like a streaming it sense, and I would literally never stream a tabletop RPG. No, but Zalvi does. Wardinston. You know, I'll be honest with you, Gregor. all of my streams are like 50 Groundhog Days compounded into 6 hours, 8 hours for me. Because just about everything we talk about, I've talked about in the last 2 weeks with chat. And just like all other petitions, it's going to do absolutely nothing of value except mildly annoy some people because they hear about it a bunch for a minute. Perpetual winter. Goal accomplished. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What the heck was that? Oh, it's not what I thought it was. I make bins for specific goods, but I like making them out of metal. I'm not bothered by bins. Some people really hate bins for some reason, because they do make trading a little tricky sometimes. But I quite like bins, because I find them to be quite helpful. It's usually a thing I do in later game and not earlier game, and this is a pretty small fort, so I haven't really bothered yet. But I try to make them out of like copper or some sort of metal, so if I do for some reason need to empty one really quickly, I can just melt the bin, which is my preferred way of doing it. I do use bins, yes. I try and keep them like one material, at the very least. Also, I don't understand how that's an off-topic question. I will echo what Salvi said. That's literally more on topic than whatever I'm nattering on about. Sure, tin too. I find I have copper more often on maps than... And I often end up with like copious... Whatever metal I have large amounts of, that's about it. I made a bunch of adamantine bins once, and one person in my chat got, like, weirdly mad at me. I was like, what? I have a bunch of it. I'm not really using it for anything. And they're light. Hello there. How are you, Elf? But yes, I make bins. I just don't generally make them out of wood. Never being polite again. No, it's all good, man. We're all just pulling everybody's arm, leg, and eyebrow today, apparently. Chat's in a sassy mood, what can I say? And I'm not helping. I'm doing okay, Alf. I mean, as I've said a couple times, I'm pretty burnt out at the moment. So working is difficult. But, you know, getting through it slowly. It's a process. Trying to do my best to keep up a decent attitude on the streams and trying to keep content mills flowing. Not that I'm really a content mill, but you know what I mean. Trying to keep the production gears turning, the ability to, you know, keep making things going, all of that. So it's been kind of a lot recently, mentally and physically, but getting by. I also have a ghost. Oh. It's Rat Ratus. Well, Where did I... Oh, they're there. Why would you get banned, Zalvi? If you're trying to be funny, you're not being even remotely funny. But, like, why would you get banned? Not being funny is not a crime. God forbid I answer the same question twice. At this point, not Patreon, Iron Zach. Ridiculous as it sounds, the best way to support me is subscribing on Twitch. Because Twitch is where I make the majority of my money. And I do get 70% of it. And having people active and subscribed in the Twitch chat makes other people subscribe on Twitch. So that is my stablest source of income. The best way to support me outside of Twitch, if you already do support me on Twitch, is probably my blog, because that's where you get other content. And you get more stuff than you would if you supported on the Patreon. Or tipping directly. I mean, if you want to, like, make yourself into a victim for some reason, Zalvi, then I guess I could ban you, but, like, I don't really see what you've done wrong or why I would. I don't have anything against you and have no problems with you, and if this is all a joke and I'm taking it too seriously, then I'm sorry, but I'm confused. Why would that even be a concern?
Looking forward to all the Helm's Deep battles with the Siege update.
It's gonna be interesting, my snurp. You're jockeying? Well, that makes sense. I am not a huge fan of Patreon, just in general. They are a company that provides a kind of crappy platform that adds a lot of features that I don't need or want to the platform, and then charges me a lot of money for the ability to make them more money, and I'm not a huge fan of that. Whereas my blog, I just give them $200 a year, and they just handle all the hosting, and I get features I actually use. If you want something that's upset. Okay. I don't really have any super upset dwarves. The dwarves are pretty happy, by all counts. But who would you like on the upset list that isn't already named? What's my experience between Twitch and YouTube as a creator? I don't understand the question. Be a little bit more specific, please. Because that's like saying, what's every single detail of your entire career? Like, could you be a little bit specific as to what you're looking for? Tip me directly through PayPal, Iron Zach, or give me money on my blog. But I still maintain the best way to support me is by maintaining a Twitch sub. Isn't that just Masterclass? It's all the little things? Yeah, it's terrible. Well, I mean, it's expensive, and for stuff like video games, it's terrible. It's all the things. If this joke doesn't end, I might actually have to time somebody out, so I'm just gonna start doing that every single time this joke happens again. Gift subs are like paying my marketing bill. Like, there's reasons why I will spend money to gift subs in my own chat from time to time. Anyway, I've lost the plot here. Which one did you want, Diskirk? The Trapper works. Okay. And Kiram, I'm not sure how to say that. I'm presuming that's how you say that, with like the one as an I. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Captain James Tiberius is frequently depressed and is absorbed by delusions of self-importance. That checks out. Is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, maybe in an actor sense. And seeks short-term rewards. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. She has a strong sense of duty and is often cheerful, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. And she tends to not reveal personal information. She tends to avoid crowds and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is curious and eager to learn, and she has an active imagination. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and exhales sharply when she's angry. Ronan, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, and is a firm believer in the value of tradition, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And respects power and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Well, appreciate you, Gecko. They are completely different platforms that are used for very specific things, right? YouTube, from a creator's perspective, fucking sucks to live stream on. It has some perks, but it fucking sucks to live stream on. Their website sucks. Their usability of the chat from a moderation perspective sucks. Their moderation tools suck. Their cut is pretty bad. Like, they say it's 70%. It's not really that. It's more like 60, maybe 55 once you factor in all the fees and everything. From a live streaming perspective, Twitch is great from a live streaming perspective, awesome from a live streaming perspective, but sucks for video, just uploading a video. And to those of you who are like, yeah, but YouTube is 4K. None of you are fucking watching any streams at 4K, okay? So stop saying that's a legitimate thing. Most of the people around the world can't watch streams at 4K, so it doesn't matter really. 1080p is fine for streams. 1440 is okay if you've got the horsepower. I don't know. Honestly, I use them for such completely different things. It's like if you run a delivery business, you have a warehouse and you have means of delivering said item, and it's well, I need both the ability to deliver the thing and store the thing. So to me, I kind of think of them as two different things. I do stream on both, but I stream on YouTube mostly to market the Twitch stream, with the kind of hope that people will come over to the Twitch stream, because in an average Twitch stream, I make slightly above minimum wage. On an average YouTube stream, I make $8, unless I get super chats. Even if the views are comparable, ad revenue is better on Twitch for streams, just because mostly the ads are harder to block, and so there's that. Audiences are much more interested in giving you financial tips through streams, and recently there was that video that came out from Moist Critical where he showed his revenue, and he's going on about how much ads are a gravy train. That's true if you have 20,000 concurrent viewers. I make in total maybe $12 to $20 a day. $20 would be a good day in ads. And if I don't stream, I make quarter that. But that being said, the vast majority of the money I make on YouTube is from ads, from videos, not from streams. So it's I use them for different things. Well, welcome back, Ordenston. To me, a lot of people have animosity or tribalism almost kind of tendencies when it comes to the platforms. As somebody who uses them from the creator's perspective, I think that's really fucking silly. This dwarf, by the way, doesn't have any family, but does have a friend. Ratus, the ghost / zombie, is their friend, and so they're not super happy. They're upset because their friend died and is currently a ghost, and is also a zombie. Why would you not take sponsorships if you don't mind me asking? I don't want to sell you HelloFresh. I don't want to stop my stream halfway through the stream and go play a random indie game that you're not interested in, I'm not interested in, and they won't get a good value for their money because I'm not interested in it and you're not interested in it, and they just gave me a bunch of money for a live stream that's going to benefit them in no real tangible way. I don't want to be the 18th person to market a crappy, not very secure, like heavily corporatized VPN service. I don't want to support expensive food delivery services that just put a lot more plastic into the environment and make smaller grocery stores run out of money and close. Then that I don't like the majority of the companies that advertise in these places. I don't think it's a benefit to you, the viewer, and it turns you into the product. So you have a sub badge. That may have been gifted, that might have been a Prime, you may have purchased that. So in some way you are paying me to do this. Would you feel okay with me being paid by you to sell you ads? To me, it's kind of like the equivalent of like, I'm crowdfunded. I'm doing okay. But like, I sometimes watch a movie on Amazon Prime. I'm not going to also pay them to get rid of the ads on Prime, because I pay them enough already. If they offered a better service instead of just holding their service hostage, I'd probably pay them more. But they don't. So I don't. And that's a mindset that you can have in this industry. And if you have that mindset, then there's a problem that can happen, which is pretty simple. If you have an audience that's used to giving you money, that gives you stability, because there's people who fund me on Patreon, on my blog, on Twitch, and on YouTube. I could live off of just that money. So there could be an adpocalypse and YouTube revenue could go to zero overnight. That could happen. That's happened before. And I would be okay. There could be a full-on proper recession, and all sponsorships could dry up. But if you already have that built-up user base of people that are willing to financially support you, you'll make less money overall. But in the long term, in my experience, it's more financially sustainable for channels that run that way. So you kind of have two options. Do you want to slowly build up an audience of people that... Okay, I need a traction bench to heal these zombies. Do you want to slowly build up an audience of people that are interested in watching you and paying to support you, but you'll make less money because you don't get the big lump sum cash dumps of corporate sponsorship? Or do you want to risk only having like 3, maybe 4 consistent sponsors and 2 of them disappearing? I used to do that hustle when I had a much smaller audience and I was broke and desperately needed money. And I spent almost as many hours looking for sponsorships as I did making money from sponsorships. Like, I spent more, like, categorically, I spent significantly more time seeking out sponsorships than I've ever been paid in hours. So I could go to like a sponsor network or like an agency and they could seek them out for me, but then they're taking a huge cut. So then I have to do more of them for it to be worth it. And I live in Canada. There's less marketing like that happening in Canada. So you're more benefited if you're in parts of Europe or in the US. I'd be selling American products, which I'm in Canada. That feels weird. I don't know, man. That is such a wild take, Cesardes. This is just like from a UI perspective. Cesardes says that YouTube is much more convenient and aesthetically pleasing, and Twitch looks like a Zoomer patchwork of distracting UI elements. Wow. That is... I could not disagree more. YouTube is so style over substance when it fucking comes to its platform. It's whack. But okay, I mean, hey, you do you, man. I don't think that's rage bait. If you think everything is rage bait, okay, I'm going to stand on my soapbox for a second here. If you think everybody on the internet is a troll, or if you think that everything that is even slightly differing to your own opinion is rage bait, go outside. Please. For the love of everything. It's like the stupidity is like indecipherable from malice thing. People can like be not super tactful, but not mean anything by it. The internet will be a significantly better place and smarter place if everybody presumes that. Go touch some moss. Twitch blind caught, sure. It's just like the fourth time I've seen it in chat today. It's like, go outside, goddamn. This is the size of the fort. Genosi. So it's a singular tile. Let's get you in. Oh, come on. The largest fort I've had population-wise, probably Seed Vault. It had 475 at the peak, I think. It's 470-something. Around mobile at the park. Yeah, I guess joke is on me then. Although, let's be honest, most jokes are on me. Because, like, that's the point of being an internet clown, is people point and make fun of you. That's how that works. You can have as many dwarves as you're willing as you want your frame rate to go down by. You can set the number up to 5,000 if you'd like. Yep. The crabs are trained, or tamed rather, which you can't do in fort mode, but I did that using an adventurer. If you want to see how I did that, the VOD is on my VOD channel. So it's just youtube.com/blindextras. Also, Whitcode, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. When I started that babble about like money, because somebody asked, I made like 18 bucks so far today, so appreciate it. I have a very big feeling that it's going to be a hard year, but we'll see. Speaking of finances. But this year has been fine, so next year I'm worried about. Is it possible to encounter areas in adventure modes with thousands of creatures and your frame rate goes to 5? Yeah, but a turn-based game doesn't really matter so much what the frame rate is, right? Like, yes, it slows down. I mean, I've walked through Goblin fortresses with 10,000 units and it goes down to like 12 FPS, but like it's still playable. It just goes slowly. It's also, I think, why a lot of people don't recommend large numbers of migrants. Also, we're in an ad break, and it appears that the dwarves are partying somewhere. I will just state that I don't know, because everybody's computer is different, Ordinston. I used to talk a lot about, like, frame rate in Dwarf Fort, and I've just kind of stopped, because I've learned that my computer's built pretty much for this game and runs really well. So me talking about frame rate may be completely irrelevant to the setup that you play this game on to affect your frame rate. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly, man. Seriously. just waiting for these ads to end, and then we'll get back to babbling again. Not even close, Ordenstein. Not even close, trust me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk so much about frame rate for Dwarf Fort anymore because my frame rate is often really high in this game, and I've learned that if my frame rate is generally pretty good and people are asking me about frame rate, they should ask somebody who has a similar computer to them, because I basically don't worry about frame rate. Like, I can't really, outside of that one day where they literally broke something in the code that caused a hard lock for me, I haven't had any frame rate problems with Dwarf Fortress in, like, basically years at this point. Really? I mean, like, forts will slow down, sure, when they're bigger, but 40, 30 FPS is perfectly playable and doesn't bother me in the slightest. So, like, yeah. I just don't really have much to say when it comes to frame rate anymore. Which maybe is, like, not super useful to some people, but, like, it's just kind of the reality. I would rather, like, just have a non-response at this point than, like, give people a response and then be told by 5 people in the VODs over the next week that, no, you're wrong, or have somebody pop up in the chat and be like, no, you're wrong, that doesn't work, it's awful, blah, 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 and it just devolves. It's not useful. Like, if you're having frame rate problems, that's one thing, and I can help you diagnose them, but, like, I don't know, man. When I talk about burnout, this is the kind of things that I'm talking about, is it's just, like, I don't really have a response anymore for a thing. Or, like, Counter-Strike genetics. Okay, so let's focus on this for right now. Let's focus on this. No, that's totally fair. Frame rate is and there's something else about me where I feel like there's kind of an upper limit to, like, what the game is designed for, really, when it comes to, like, population counts. Maybe it's just because I'm old and I've played this game for so long, but in version 47, you never even thought about the concept of having more than, like, 100 dwarves. Like very, very few people concerned themselves with numbers that high, purely because, like, realistically, numbers couldn't go that high. The game would, like, slow to a frame rate of 0 before you could even get that high. So nobody really worried or cared all that much. Since Premium, there's been a lot of advancements in the speed of the frame rate. So the game runs a fuckload better now, and it's great. But the result is a lot of people, not so much me, but a lot of people turn the number up higher, right? Because you can just go into settings and change the number of dwarves and bring it up to, like, the higher hundreds of dwarves instead of, like, 200. I tend to just be kind of happy with, like, 200 dwarves. So the idea of having more than that, like, I've done it a couple times. I did it in the fortress where I built the giant dam and the camel went swimming. Machine Waters. And I did that in Seed Vault. And both of those forts, while they were fun, kind of refocused my priorities a bit, I guess, on, like, I try to play the game for its strengths. And I often see a very common thought about Dwarf Fortress in my comments, which I agree with, which is I have a hard time managing more than like 100 dwarves, or I have a hard time managing more than 110 dwarves, or oh, I have a hard time managing more than 50 dwarves. For me, I think I start to have a hard time managing them when it goes above like 250. I don't really see any purpose to have more than like 250. Aside from that, the calamities are greater when fights break out, which happens occasionally anyway. And it's really hard to follow them and keep track of them. When there's like 200, I can kind of keep track because I've played this game for so long. But when there's more than that, I kind of just get diminishing returns at a point. And that, like, that's not to say that like it's bad to have that many dwarves. I don't think it is. But it's not my priority, and it's not my focus, and it's not why I play this game. If I want massive populations, I'll go play like Songs of Six or something, a game that's designed to do that just for the scale of it. Because that game has a very different focus than what Dwarf Fortress does. And I think that like when I have forts that are bigger than that, I kind of lose the plot a bit. And I certainly did with those few forts where I did it. And so it's just not a priority for me. Are you talking to me, Nimzord, or somebody else in chat? I don't want the dwarves to just be a statistic. I want them to be followable characters. What was the monarch bug? People talk about bugs as if like they're commonly named and known, and I have no idea what you're talking about. What monarch bug? Did you have a monarch die or something? Otaku McWeeb Tibe withdraws from society. Watching things fill in Dwarf Fortress is mesmerizing, yes. I don't understand what DF Hack would help with there. DF Hack doesn't help me track dwarves at all. Managing them isn't the issue. I can manage hundreds of dwarves, I just don't find it particularly enjoyable and the game runs slower. Like, I don't think that, like, exponential expansion benefits my ability to enjoy the game or get more out of it. It very quickly turns into diminishing returns, and I don't find it enjoyable. What in the world would DF Hack help with there? Like, I don't understand, like, what you're getting at. Like, it just kind of makes no sense, that whole question. Okay, that's not a bug, Ronan. That's intended. If the king dies, then somebody else gets nobility in the faction, who is either a friend or related to the king, and you lose it. You failed. You didn't bug your game. That's intended. If you retire the fort and reclaim it, you could get the king back. The king could migrate to your fort again. That would reset your progression. But no, like, you failed. Game over. You do not qualify for the mountain home because you failed to satisfy them. I mean, there's always people like that, right, Clem? But, like, you know, your mileage may vary with that, you know? Is that a thing that you enjoy? Then if so, then go nuts. By all means. Like, if you want to play a fort with 500 dwarves at 5 FPS, that seems low for 500 dwarves, but... Yeah. I mean, I think this is like one of the problems with Dwarf Fortress culturally as a video game, though, Ronan. This is something that I've tried to help with, and I guess another thing I've kind of given up on is just like, not everything that happens in Dwarf Fortress is a bug. Sometimes it's a missing mechanic, and I do think it does more damage to the game than good, but I digress. Like, yes, this game's buggy. I'm not gonna lie, but the bugs don't necessarily hamper the experience in a lot of cases. In fact, some of the bugs are some of my favorite features in this game, so... Most of the dwarves in this fort have unibrows. Also, it's a she, not he. See it? It's right there. Symbol. It's a she. No beard. She. I've made the game crash. That's a bug, Wardenston. I saw a giant once who was a religious figure. It's part of a human religion. I killed him. So that's a bug, but that's also a bug that like made the developers laugh so hard they were like, that's intended. I've seen headless, skinless children. That was a fun bug. That was a good time. There was that period of time where, what was the name of that? This could be a problem, by the way. There was that period of time where like what's it called? Where vampires were blue when they weren't supposed to be. Anyway, Forgotten Beast Ilfiso has come. A giant feathered leech. It has wings and it belches and croaks, and its green feathers are patchy. Beware its poison bite. I think like if you deconstruct the floor under a door and then deconstruct the walls, the door stays there and floats in midair. I think that still happens. Characters showing up naked in your tavern is kind of a bug. Sort of. Okay, so that's my Marksdwarf squad. Send them right there. And send this one out here. I don't think the Marksdwarves are even going to get there in time. Where are you going? Oop. Well, it popped the wall. Here we go, chat. Let's hope the necromancers aren't anywhere near. Wish me luck. I need a round of beers for good luck. Not their god. I said religious figure. I killed, like, their pastor. I guess that still makes me monstrous. Attacks, but she rolls away. Hacks Forgotten Body with the Silver Axe, denting the skin. Got this one up here. I need to get these dwarf shields. Been focusing too much on unrelated things. Oh, it's dead. Well, that was quick. Wrestler bashes it in the body with a silver warhammer and bruising the brain. Well done. Well done. We're gonna name you Thwack. Because you thwacked it. I mean, she does think she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and quite frankly, I agree at this point. Believes the idea is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and finds those ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Well. We should butcher that. Those were, like, not even my main squad. Let me just go back down there. Just leave you forbidden for a moment. Let's throw a butcher right here. I really want to butcher this thing, but it might be too mangled. Oh no, it just says it's a corpse. I mean, that is a leech, so... Just make iron armor for everybody. Oh, would help if I turn my numpad on. Exclusively made of forgotten beasts and demons? I think I've seen bits and pieces of your fort, actually. Unless you're somebody else, but I think I have. It's been a while since I've had demon soap. I'm trying to think when... most of the times I've encountered demons recently, either it's just been over so quickly that I didn't bother, or they weren't butcherable. I did once have a fort that had these things called amethyst brutes, which were basically like giant bugs. Anyway, they gave a lot of fat and meat. They also would give birth to triplets. I kept dropping big rocks on their head. Based on aesthetics? Probably god metal. It has like a nice gold tint to it, but like reasonable to acquire metal. I actually really like leather gear. I also really like robes. Robes look good. Okay, then you have a very similar name to somebody else, because there was somebody streaming with a pretty similar name to yours. Unless I'm just completely misremembering, I don't know. There we go, that might have done it. That had a massive fort, which was breeding demons. Cheers! Happy they're helpful, Morty-Mo. That would be a very sad day, Mr. Demonic Tom, because I'm pretty sure it's in Zack and Tarn's will that a new maintainer will, take over it when they pass. So, to me, asking will Dwarf Fortress be complete is kind of like asking, is Tarn gonna die? And yeah. I don't really care, though, personally. There's also that. I mean, we were talking about this the other day in regards to sieges that, I kind of wish that I could pour a fat barrel out of a cauldron on the enemy, because, we need more uses for, oils in Dwarf Fort. Because, tallow is, readily accessible. Extremely readily accessible. I haven't done one since April 2023. Actually, I think that's not totally true. When was the last one that I did? November 2023 was the last one that I did. No. No, I do not. Could just cook it? Sure, but I want more uses. 2 uses isn't more uses. I want more uses. You know? There's lots of uses for bones, right? There's all kinds of things you can make bones into. You can decorate stuff with bones. You can let it rot and scare the shit out of your dwarves. There's all sorts of things you can do with bones. There isn't a lot of things you can do with most of the other animal parts. In fact, there's almost nothing you can do with most of the other animal parts. And that kind of makes me sad for some reason. All right, you I can get rid of. Sure, but that would probably be a catapult-related thing. I don't know, it kind of bothers me that both cauldrons exist in Dwarf Fortress and dwarves have no use for it, and also tallow exists, and we're getting a siege update, and I can't pour oil on the bad guys. You know? That's all. Really? Otaku McWeeb, the armorer, has created Olon Rithur, an iron buckler, and offers it to the bloated baker of cooks. The great buckler of defense. This is an iron buckler. Our craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant mole bone, and this object menaces with spikes of iron and yak bone and chalk. On the item is an image of Esp Osseous, Dent Failed, the giant crab, who died of infections, which relates to the fatal illness of the crab, Esp Osseous, Dent-filled in Brainrot in the late winter of 330 Dwarf. That is actually pretty good. Well, I'll take it. I kind of want to give it to the militia commander, but I think I'm going to assign it to the mayor as an object. Speaking of the mayor, they're asking me to make ballista arrows, which I'm supremely offended by, I'll have you know. So I will be ignoring them. In fact, I may lock them in the zombify room because of that. No, it's because I got bit by, I want to say, like a bird or something. The crab. It's actually kind of sad if you think about it. Like the poor crab. It's a kaiju battle? No, it's a figure of a kaiju. It would be like an individual Godzilla. Today. Because like there's no other kaiju. So how could it be a kaiju battle if there was only one? You know? You need another figurine for the proper kaiju battle. Also, I need to check something real quick. My mug of coffee is damn near done, and it's certainly cold, so I'm gonna go chug it and rinse it. I will be back in a moment. No! No! Also, Diamond, are you still in the chat? Battling the illness? I mean, if an infection of a great, calm, wondrous beast. You know, I would say it's more like a sad ending to like a character's big fluffy pet, except in this case it's a giant crab. Not really a kaiju, because like those crabs are pets, right? So it would be kind of like just from an anime perspective, like if you want me to draw comparisons, it would be like in everybody's favorite anime, Avatar: The Last Airbender, when you know, a character like Appa gets hurt. It would be closer to that. If we want to talk in like anime terms, obviously, because that's an anime, most definitely. It would be much closer to that. Sure, but you know what I mean. As I don't have much in the way of, like, variance in my knowledge of the Animooners. Am I rage baiting you now? Clearly, yes. My hook has been cast. And I'm not going to finish that sentence because it would sound dirty. But, yes. Now we're talking. So you need 1,000 power, like, on the dot. It's currently at 7, 8, 9, 1,000. Okay, so I need a good few more of these. It is a great soundtrack. Is it bad that whenever people comment that they love this soundtrack, I immediately check to see if I forgot to turn the volume down from the start of the stream? Because, like, I'm worried that you guys can barely hear me over the music. That's always my immediate response to people saying that they like the soundtrack of this game, is just, oh god, did I make it too loud? Okay, so Kefit, my adventurer, now is a zombie necromancer, has rejoined the fortress. This dwarf. I mean, human. Yes. Excellent. No, I know, because I did remember to turn down the volume. More nerd. I'm trying to keep up with the bullshit. I mean, my favorite anime is The Matrix, Tibe, so, you know, at the end of the day, like... the ethical and cultural question of what is an anime purely depends on your personal experience. You don't really hear DF? Well, then I'll turn it up a bit. I can do that. That actually is a problem that I've been dealing with as long as I've streamed, because I've had these headphones since 2011, before I started streaming. And these headphones have a very different audio balance than a lot of things. And so I've gotten to the point now where when I make a YouTube video, like a bigger video, I will upload it to YouTube privately and then watch it on my TV. And what I do now is I turn on my media PC and I connect to my server and I move the file over there and play it on my TV, because I'll be able to hear the music perfectly in my headphones, but on my TV I can't. And I'll also check on my phone, because, like, I'll be like, oh no, the music's way too loud here. Like, it's balanced in a way that just sounds unpleasant. And then, like, I listen to it in a way that, like, most normal people would listen to it, and I go, oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, this is actually fine. I mean, anime also predicted the current American president. I mean, The Simpsons has predicted so many things. The thing is, I'm not a huge fan of anime chat, so if everything's an anime, then nothing is, and I win. That's how I get unlimited power, truly. You know what? Why don't we just go to this spot right here? Just do it this way. What, do I pump through my headphones? What do you mean? You know, to me, I consider, like, The Matrix, specifically, like, 2 and 3, and also, I guess, 4. More 2 and 3 to just be, like, martial arts movies. So they're basically live-action anime anyway. Like, if you actually watch the way those movies are directed, like, it's very much like, oh, okay. A bunch of otakus made this. Wait, one of the live action ones, Leonard? I mean, my stream, I basically exclusively use these headphones with the stream. I don't listen to music on these headphones very often. If that's what you're asking. I mean, sometimes I'll listen to music while I'm editing, but it's usually like, this is my work computer, so. What, the first Matrix? I've met like a surprisingly large number of people that have never seen The Matrix recently, and it kind of crushes me a little bit. I'm a weird person where I like all 4 of the Matrix movies, but I do not consider the second or third ones to be particularly good movies. I just really like them. That probably, I don't know, I don't recall that being anywhere in the manga, but I haven't read the manga in a very long time, so who knows. It's a 17-year-old movie, so I know, but like... How you doing, unemployed Chaku? You just love the Battle for Zion? The Battle for Zion's a fun sequence. The problem with like 2 and 3 is like they could have been one movie. Like it could have just been 2 films. Total. I think that because like all the parts where they're in in the Matrix are really cool. The Battle for Zion is really cool, but like all of the quiet bits of those 2 movies are just really boring and like nothing really happens. And then the ending is kind of just like silly and drawn out and not as long as it needed to be, but I digress. Just from an editing perspective, there's problems with that second and third movie. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy watching them. 2 and 3 are fun to watch back to back. No, I agree with that. I mean, it's some of my favorite fight choreography in film. Have I watched the live-action Fullmetal Alchemist? I didn't finish watching Fullmetal Alchemist or reading Fullmetal Alchemist, so no, I have no interest. Absolutely none. Like, when I say that I don't like anime, like, I actively avoid it. For a little bit of clarity here as to why I act that way and talk that way about anime is because, like, I spent a lot of time watching anime with my ex. And she was very, very, very active in like the cosplay community and all that kind of shit. And so how do I put this? Acquired like a generational amount of knowledge and verbiage about anime without ever having any particular interest in it. And I was always somebody who was like, you know, passively interested, like, yeah, sure, I'll watch a couple episodes here or something, or a couple episodes of there of something, but like never really cared to like get into it, if that makes sense. Like it was never something that super interested me. So like I was just kind of force-fit anime for like 8.5 years of my life, and it's been like 6, and I still I just don't. Like, it's fine. I've got nothing against it. I've seen some anime in the past that I liked. I think probably my favorite anime ever was Dorarara, or alternatively Bacano. I really, really like those 2. Those were fun anime. I've seen all of the original Dragon Ball. I've seen chunks of Fullmetal Alchemist, but like I said, I never finished it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just... I have nothing against it. It's just not something I actively seek out. And like emotionally, it's a little bit kind of a lot. Especially because like it was never really a medium or a format that I was particularly into. Like I haven't seen Evangelion. I've read the manga for Evangelion. I really liked the first 2 seasons of Soul Eater, and then it kind of lost me after that. I read like the first 30 volumes of Claymore because my library had them, and I didn't want to read books at the time, but liked comics. So I read a bunch of manga for a while. But I don't know, if it's come out since 2018, my ex left in 2019, but by 2018 I basically wasn't watching anime anymore. If it's come out since then, I probably haven't seen it or have any interest in seeing it. I mean, I don't watch a lot of movies. I really like horror movies. I watch a lot of old movies with a lot of practical effects. I have not. I think I've seen the cover of it before, but no. And before you ask, if you're gonna ask, no, I'm not going to go read it. But yeah, I like horror movies. I like action movies. I like a lot of older movies. I'm more likely to go watch some random action film B movie that came out in 1975 than I am to watch something recent. I don't really watch a lot of modern streaming TV. I watched Severance finally, and I liked that first season, and the second season made me want to throw like something at the writing team. Like made me want to hurt people. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. I played Songs of Conquest. Beautiful game. Awful writing. I don't know how good of a game it is though, because like as far as I can tell, everybody just told me that Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is better. And I haven't played enough Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to be able to really tell you how it differs from those. I had fun with it, but I never went back to it after it finished. I mean, I've seen 2 of those 3 movies. I haven't seen Last Missed Call. I don't really care where your movie's from if it's good. I mean, like, I really like some Korean horror movies. I don't know what you mean by SF. Oh, science fiction? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, sure. Just a lot of puke everywhere. Who's puking? Or are we starting to get... Yeah, I see. We're starting to get some cave adaptation up in here. Lovely. It's from all the wood that I chopped down. Teamfight Tactics itch? I mean, they did just do a remake of Final Fantasy Tactics. Isn't that like literally what you want? By that logic? You didn't know about Final Fantasy Tactics? It's like the Final Fantasy the something of Villia or whatever. Whatever they called that thing. Is there a convenient way to mass remove furniture? No. I wish there was. Although there's never been. But yeah, they need a tool like this to like mass deconstruct. Have I seen Deep Red? No? To mass remove furniture? No, there isn't, Ronan. There's a way to auto mine, but there isn't a way to mass remove furniture. No, you're thinking about a df hack command. That's a df hack thing. Like it's not in there. I don't even know where they put it, but no, that's a df hack command. Which is not a vanilla feature. That actually doesn't do anything. In a lot of cases, it just makes them float in midair. Omiran. You recommend a movie to watch up for... Recommend a movie to look up right now while you pound the frosted donuts, please. Okay, so hold on. I got a movie for you. It's not in English, but it's okay. You don't need to speak the language that it's in. Because 90% of the movie is just shit exploding. Hopefully it's available in your region because it's available here in my region. Unless they... Let me see if this is the right thing. Let me just grab this clip, and I will show you this one clip. Great movie. Why do pistol bullets explode? Good question! I don't know. Don't ask questions. Just watch that movie. So many cuts. Oh, there's a lot of very fast editing in that movie. That movie is fun. Also, that's for reference. That's hard boiled. The beauty of that movie is you get to a point where you're like, man, this is crazy. That has to be like the final thing that happens. And then you look at the runtime and you're like, there's another hour? Holy shit. And it somehow just gets crazier. It's like every single thing that happens in that movie is like astronomically many times over 1,000 more absurd than the thing that happened 5 minutes ago, and it just makes you go, how are they gonna top that? What? For like the whole movie. It's a John Woo film, yeah. And I want to say that, like... Oh, geez, what's his name? In Rush Hour. What's his name? I don't know, I'm just blanking the name of like the lead actor in Rush Hour. Anyway, he did choreography on that movie. Jackie Chan. That's the name I was looking for. Chris Tucker. Yes, absolutely. That's who I was thinking of. I think everything's gonna get toppled. Zazerdes. I'm fully expecting the Siege update to be an update that some people adore and some people absolutely hate. Like, unless there's like a new tool that lets you automatically rebuild everything that was broken, which as far as I know, that's not a thing that's happening. I very much expect some people to fucking hate the update, but we'll see. All you heard was the movie name? Ah. But yeah, no, the reason I was showing that was because somebody in YouTube chat asked for a movie recommendation because they're stoned. So I was like, well, that's a good movie to watch when you're stoned. I mean, Chris Tucker also isn't a wrong response to that question. Also, when it comes to like movies from that era, you don't worry about like why are the guns flashing and silly stuff like that. Don't bother yourself with that, because what you should really be bothering yourself with is the fact that those are actors doing those stunts, and that man just flew through a window for the third time in the last 20 minutes, and like has visible like wounds on him from the last like stunt that he did. It's the stunt choreography that you watch those movies for, not the special effects. Like, if you're watching, like, Hong Kong action movies, it's because you're watching, like, lady do acrobatics backflipping off the 3rd floor of a building with, like, a small cable, but, like, she just flew off that fucking building and punched that guy, and that was one shot. It's that kind of stuff. In that movie, though, the actors are the stuntmen, though, Clem Hazard. I mean, it's not something to brag about, but yeah, it is, like, kind of incredible that he's still alive, I guess. It's like, I also always forget her name, but the actress who's the mom in Everything Everywhere All at Once. I saw a movie with her in it from same era as, like, Hard Boiled. Called Yes, Madam, which is like a martial arts cop movie. And that movie like starts with her jumping out of a moving vehicle into another moving vehicle and then throwing somebody out of that vehicle in like one shot, practical. Like, it's like it's like I didn't think I would see somebody do the stunt position from like Just Cause in real life, you know? The Forgotten Beast, Gakut Renulamus, has come. An enormous humanoid composed of steam. Oh. It's all hot air. No real substance. He has a long hanging tail and a gaunt appearance. And no special abilities. Oh, you're just going to go die to the other one, aren't you? And pop. Pop goes the monster. I just realized I fucked up, and I'm super lucky that I didn't fuck up worse. So this is pumping right now. For some reason, I made a note in my head. I was like, okay, don't connect it. Because if I connect it, then it'll set us all on fire. But we're fine because I haven't actually dug all the way down into the lava sea yet, so. Whew. Pre-screen interview this morning. Best of luck on the interview, dude. Wait, is it over already, or is this like you're about to go to it? If you're about to go to it, good luck. If you've already completed it, also good luck. The current state of like having to get jobs is like one of the points in my existence where I feel very out of touch because it's been so long since I've had to do that. And things were very different when I last had to do that, so. Just try and get all of this armor out of here. You have a follow-up Thursday? Hell yeah, dude. Well, good luck on that, on the follow-up. Michelle Yeoh, that's her name, yeah. Legacy Arc's right in the YouTube chat. I'm terrible with actor names. Unless they're like, I don't know, like mainstream A-listers. Just horrible with actors and actresses' names. I always kind of feel bad. Because I do like movies, I'm just bad with names. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. Just trying to get all this stuff moved over there. Yeah, I believe it. Telenartho. Kind of a neat thing. At least I found this neat. I have this copy of 1984. I bought it used for $8, and it's like in really nice condition for like how old it is. And I was flipping through it yesterday because I was planning to start reading it, and I ended up reading the first couple pages and not making it very far. But it had this in it. I don't know if you can read that. It's not focusing. Here. This is my, nope, like, what's the word? Bookmark covers. Come on, camera. Doesn't want to focus on it, but anyway, January 14th, 1984. That's the receipt. A-listers like Jackie Chan, yes. Mainstream A-listers like Jackie Chan, most certainly. I don't know if I'd call him a mainstream A-lister in 2025, but... I mean, I remember Keanu Reeves, like that kind of shit. You know, like Nicolas Cage. A name that I will never forget even if I wanted to. But anyway, I made a room in my Discord called Books. It's for books. Telenartho. Figured you might be interested in that concept. Because I finished a book the other day. Adam Sandler. Yes, I will never forget the Sandler. You know, like the excellent movie that he's in, such as Uncut Gems. Unironically, one of my favorite movies ever. Most of his stuff I hate. He's had such a crazy movie career. That is true. Yeah. Indeed, he has. I mean, that's just, I mean, I would say that's literally just the state of like everything when it comes to tech, is that it's hard to get ratings and reviews. I believe it. A24 is a very interesting label, yeah. They have interesting taste. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a reservoir that can be multi-purpose. And ideally, when this is done, I'll have multiple ways that I can seal it off and also repurpose it. So I'm going to put a floodgate here, probably a drawbridge actually, and I'm going to put another one over here. The one I'm going to put over here, I'm just going to close. The one I'm going to put there, I'm going to leave open. I'm going to fill up a trench that's going to go along like here, maybe up to like, I don't know, here somewhere. Fill all that up with lava and use that for all my forges. And then the other one I'm going to use as like a way to reroute the lava. And that's what it's going to be for. Although the one that's going to be made so that it can reroute the lava is also going to be not built at the moment. We're going to build that one after. But I'm going to connect two different levers to these. So let's just hope that these are all sweet. All I have is dolomite. Perfect. I had the foresight to do that, which is a lava-safe material, so I don't need to worry too much about that failing on me. But well done on getting the rating. I also presume that, like, books aren't as flashy as other forms of media, so it's harder to, like, yell about it on social media. Not to mention the constant devaluing of books. Okay, so this one is going to go to the top one, and then this one is going to go to the bottom one. For that, you're going to go there. Just putting a little bridge right there so that dwarves have a way across. And also maybe another one over here. All right. You could say that about literally any form of media. It's a lot of books, a lot of music, a lot of movies. More of everything and not enough of anything that people want. Anyway, this is a weirdly grim topic. Jack, can I get a round of beers? What'd you guys do this weekend? I felt sick all day yesterday and didn't do as much editing as I wanted to, but I went to a concert and that was good. I had a pretty good weekend. It just wasn't as productive as I wanted it to be, but it's been kind of a running problem with me as of late, so that may not so much be the weekend and more just me being me at the moment. You dug a hole? And we confirmed earlier that it wasn't the game about digging a hole. You literally dug a hole. You worked 5 doubles. Oh my god. Back in the day when I ordered a lot of coffee, I only ever ordered a double-double. Never 5 double-doubles. That's too much. Hopefully it was worth the pay. Hopefully you get overtime doing that. Right, yeah. Cool home reno stuff, man. I saw that Millennium Falcon. You got the cute one. The little Millennium Falcon, not the big hoss massive commitment one. Just chilling. Sounds like a good way to spend your weekend. Oh, I'm well aware. Yeah. That is kind of a plan, but I didn't want to get okay, so YouTube chat says that if I have sand I can make glass. Yeah, I'm aware. I haven't started working on glass yet because I wanted to get the lava up here before I start doing anything with glass. But yeah, that is kind of something that I'm considering. Right, let's also go down here and just dump all of this down to there and over to there. And we're in an ad break at the moment, so I'm just gonna leave the game paused. And I'm gonna go take a quick toilet break. I will be right back. Need to finish the Lego F1 cars you have. You got 5 of 10 built. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. All right, I will be right back. Also, Chap Lapton, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. You want to do a 1x1 embark, but you're nowhere near organized enough at this game to pull it off? You should try it. I mean, right now is maybe a bad time to do an embark, period, because of the new patch that's coming out. And the game's going to require a lot of very different thinking, but it's, like, forcing me to be more organized than I normally am. I don't know. I'm all for, like, playing a game very differently that forces you to play in new ways, so... I've been enjoying this one, at least for the time that I've been playing it so far. Although, like I've said a few times, I'm pretty burnt out just in general on a lot of things right now, so kind of in a weird spot regardless of like what I'm playing. Which just kind of happens periodically. Scary or safer with the new patch? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when the new patch hits, I'm planning on just kind of doing a mountain fort and trying to build like a, or maybe like a pretty normal, but like also kind of a mountain-y fort, and just trying to build Helm's Deep. Don't worry about archers. Focus on marks dwarves, so like crossbows. Because dwarves can't make bows or arrows, so you have to import it. So just focus on, like, crossbows. Alrighty, Ordston. I'm also actually just going to adjust my lighting, because it's about to get bright in here. Something I really love about where I live is it rains quite a bit here, because it is a rainforest, and I'm on the ocean. But because there's high winds, and because I'm on the ocean, the rain never lasts very long, which is lovely. So this is just in comparison to where I used to live. Like, yeah, it rains, but like it rained this morning a whole bunch, and then it stops by like 11. So like it's now sunny at 1, which is awesome. I love it. But what about my villain fort? I finished it. That fort's done. I retired it. If I've started a new fort, the previous one's done. If you want to go watch the final episode, it's up on my VOD channel. Nothing quite beats the coziness of a thunderstorm, though. Sure, once in a while. I have to walk to pick up groceries because I don't drive, so I'm on foot all the time. So I like breaks and storms. And where I used to live, it would literally like start raining in like October and not really stop until like February, when it finally got cold enough to snow. Weren't you going to interact with it, I mean, I have all sorts of plans that get completely uprooted and thrown out the window the literal second a new patch gets announced. So I don't know if I get there. That is the plan for this fortress. I mean, the new patch isn't coming out until the 3rd. So I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 streams left. So sure, I would like to. That is the plan for this fort. But if I don't get there, I don't get there. Also, like, I kind of got my fill of thunderstorms as a kid when, like, we had well water on a well pump, and that's fine. However, the issue is I had well water on a well pump. So when it thundered, that was like a nice way of saying, we're about to lose power and water. And that almost always happened immediately upon thunderstorms happening. So, like, I don't know. Maybe I just have slightly more negative opinions of thunderstorms than some people. So, but yeah, I don't know. The priority when the new update comes out will be streaming the new update and streaming a lot of it. And also the new update comes out on a Monday, so I will be streaming on a Monday. We're going to be starting a new world, and I probably won't finish the ideas that I had for taking over that fort, realistically. What happened to the River Canyon fort? It ended. You know, so when I run a fort, I run a fort for about, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so streams. And then, man, that one guy that gets really annoyed whenever I just talk about, like, business stuff and work and, like, stats surrounding streams, is going to be pissed today because, like, it's been like half the conversations. Anyway, when a fort gets, like, I don't know, about 10 plus streams in, a lot less people tune in, and a lot more people tune in when new streams start. So I stream a fort until I get bored of it or the audience gets bored of it. Sometimes I last way longer than the audience, and then numbers get bad. But I was getting bored of it. The audience was very bored of it. Way less people were tuning in. And so we moved on. Started a new fort. So what happened? I ended it. I retired it. I completed my goal, more or less. So now I wait for this to fill up. And then we get to see if I fucked it up or not. What do you think, chat? Do you think I fucked this up, or do you think it's going to work? Spicy water. Bone doll. I know, when the new update comes out, if it's a major update, and something that people are anticipating, I'm just going to refocus and play that. Everything I was doing previously is kind of irrelevant. Like when the when the Colored Forgotten Beasts update came out, that wasn't a huge priority to switch to, because it just was mostly Colored Forgotten Beasts. Same with like the dye stuff. That stuff's neat, but like not super critical. But stuff like the sieges, yes, I will immediately be jumping directly into that and ignoring basically everything else. All right, you all the way up to here. Let's see if you flood my fort. Feels like missing the beginning of a movie. Yeah, no, I get it. I think, like, people are more interested in the early game than the late game because they want to see how I prepare to get to the late game. And it's just the reality. I mean, it's the same reason people don't watch Let's Plays. Because people watch episode 1, decide if they want the game, and then that's it. Okay, so it works. I didn't screw it up. Also, this is a pretty slow pump, which is fine. Which also means I can go up here and, like, make this flow faster. No, totally. But the audience for a fort gets narrower the later the fort gets into the playthrough. That's just kind of a fact. But as far as the Twitch chat goes, if you type in last fort, almost always have a command set up that explains what happened to the last fort. So the River Canyon, I was getting bored of it in that case. The numbers were also starting to drop, and I kind of completed my goal. And the one before that, pretty similar. I was getting bored, and I completed my goal. I could have kept playing, but like, there's only so far you can get with forts like that, especially with the no digging fort. It's kind of a limited theme in that regard. Okay, so I now do need to actually keep an eye on this, because once this fills up, it's going to then go this way. And it will bubble over here, so I have to be a little bit careful. Is it bad that when I read stuff like that, Ice Blue, I'm not entirely certain if you're talking about like me referencing running out of power and then having no water during a thunderstorm versus like if you're talking about Dwarf Fortress, and now I'm like trying to imagine what a Dwarf Fortress Springbox would be. I'm like, how would that work? It's like, drawbridge maybe? I don't know. Anyway, at this point, there are days when I turn my stream on, chat, where I go, it's a slow day, and I can kind of tell the vibe. And then there are days where I'm like, it's busy, so I'm going to bug chat a lot and try and make money. But today seems to be kind of a quiet day, so at this point, just if you can keep the chat moving, that's all I really ask for. I can only ask what you guys did this weekend so many times. And honestly, outside of just being a depressing old man at this point, I don't really have too many things to talk about in the real world. So if you guys have any subjects you want to babble about, do let me know. But I will do my best to keep the commentary rolling. DF Total War. I'm wondering what that... I'm trying to imagine Dwarf Fortress as a Total War game now. Looked for that after losing power a few times? Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I don't know. My parents sold that house 2013, I think? So I haven't lived there since 2012. It's pretty cool if I walk outside right now, Montecore. But I don't know. I mean, like, when I think Total War Dwarf Fortress, I just kind of imagine, like, the combat from... Or my brain immediately goes to the combat from Songs of Six, which is my least favorite part of that game. So it's kind of like actually an almost directly negative connotation to me, but... Watch the Jays get an amazing win. I don't follow baseball at all. But I have, like, you can tell when the Blue Jays are doing well when I start noticing Blue Jays fans in the wild. Oh shit, the final gremlins are requesting to join. Good Fox has now joined the fort. Which combat system? The combat system in Songs of Six. It's kind of like the Total War combat, but like extremely clunky, fiddly, and annoying to manage. And I kind of hate it. So yeah. I mean, you should try Songs of Six, because that's kind of what that game is. Ooh. That would be extremely useful. Where are you? I think it can get to me. Well, first it's just going to go deal with these. And that just goes directly down, yeah. With the way down there. Towering blob of brrr. Yeah, exactly. The remnants of a house party. If I did this, did that instead. Actually did that instead. I'm gonna try and catch this thing. Cavern with no moss. Dry caverns aren't that uncommon. They're not super common, but they're not that uncommon either. The problem is I really, well, I don't actually need to, but I just need to make sure that it, well, I guess I can't use Cage. I'm gonna end up with a fuck ton of Drothlas in my fort, aren't I? Run Ruthers run, exactly, yeah. I just want to catch it. But yeah, they don't happen all the time, but they're not super uncommon. Caverns with no moss. I've certainly seen them before. Okay, this is still filling slowly. I do have to remember this, otherwise this is going to overflow. Which would be suboptimal? Not like catastrophic, but like not great. Well, not really, because that beast itself actually isn't that scary. It's also really slow. I mean, like, it's killed one of them so far. In fact, it might die to them if it's not careful, because they only need to hit it like once or twice to destroy it. Luckily for it, Rutherers aren't aggressive, so it's basically just like fighting sheep. I really need to hotkey this fort. Okay, you down here. Oh, the Ruth manatee. Yes, this manatee indeed. Actually, they're kind of like land manatees. That's actually not a bad descriptor of them. But if it was against something that was like actually aggressive, it would be probably dead at this point because they just swarm it and kill it. You know, Zelvi? Gross. They got skills? Well, obviously you break the vomit bones. You heard me, Zelvi. I don't like you today very much. That's all I have to say. Jack, can I get a round of beers, please? Would the FPS die if you covered the surface in a sea of lava? In this fort? No, not really. Only if a dwarf was trying to pick something up there. There's no reason for them to go up there. Sup, Death Rats? Thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. Erdem, the Mason, has been taken by a Femood. Olenigut. Probably gonna go grab one of the masonry shops if I were to bet. Thank you, Ice Blue. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, this is what I need to watch. But no, lava doesn't hurt my frame rate at all. It's things trying to pass through the lava that can hurt your frame rate, so if there's a dwarf stuck on the wrong side of it, that will hurt my frame rate. But would it die? Not really. I mean, it would just probably go down to like 3, maybe 10, if it's only 1 or 2 dwarves or creatures. But appreciate you, Ice Blue. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded, mate. I got statues. I should place one. Owie! I hate it when that happens. Carve just drove by directly outside, and the sun reflected off the windshield exactly perfectly to reflect right into my eye. Well done, Bone Doll. I'm sure we're all very proud. It's just red, like, numbers. Lizardies. But maybe if you ask nicely. That's probably illegal. Actually, jokes aside, my dad had a handheld high beam. Growing up in the country, like, we had a lot of bears and shit that we had to deal with. And so my dad, it was either my dad or like a friend of my dad, built this flashlight that was literally a car high beam on a battery with a handle. Like it was a large battery bolt with like an on-off switch, and that was it. It was the most intense flashlight I've ever had. It was kind of nutty. That's what it looks like. You happy, Caesardes? It's also not really a river. It's more of a little chamber thing, but... bit like an elephant trunk. Sure. Or a box with a cable sticking out of it. Laptop charger. It's cool as hell. I mean, yeah, it looks nice. I don't mind the ASCII at all. It's just a little bit difficult to follow and communicate. The game's already hard enough to follow and communicate. I don't need to be visually hard to follow and communicate while trying to communicate it to an audience, but it does look quite nice. The Mason has created Idukis, a granite table, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of a family ancestor, Olon. Present swords. So who is Olon? Do you know an Olon? Doesn't seem that you have any family relations to anybody. Did I click on the right table? Oh, there it is. I just didn't scroll all the way down. This is a granite table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is the object menaces with spikes of granite and alpaca bone. Nice. Trying to debate as to where I should put it. I was going to put the mayor's stuff right here, so maybe I could just chuck it over here. All right, Altsy Brain. Reading used to do that to me when I was a child, and then I learned to read. Civilization did that the first time I tried to play Civ. Endless Legend did that the first time I played Endless Legend. You just have to stare at it for a while and put some effort in. Anybody can do it. And I'm sure you could too if you wanted to. Most people just don't really want to, and that's fair. Especially now that there's like easily accessible alternatives. Has there been any snake pit action? We haven't been attacked by as much stuff recently, but I've just been trying to stabilize some things. We had some action with resurrecting things, and I have several intelligent undead critters in the fortress, including two of my necromancers. So that's been fun. I've met Jorbs before. But also, like, he communicates card games that have giant pictures on the screen, so those games are very visually discernible. That lava is coming directly from the magma sea. Yes. Pep in YouTube chat. Zordos, hello. Thanks for the 4 months. All right. Let's place that table right there. And that could be for my mayor. Because they now have a dining room, which will be a much nicer dining room once all the stuff's constructed. Got a bunch of dwarves that are simulating this instrument and singing. Got a bunch of gremlins that are hanging around and observing. I'm not doing much else. How can someone be so consumed by hate? You know, I ask myself that every day. Every single day. All right. Lava doing well enough. That's good enough, actually. Let's wait for it to hit 6s at the end here. Almost there. Pots of alcohol. Mm-hmm. I've been actively losing my vision since the day I was born. Ice blue. Stop looking at stuff? Yeah, I'm not totally sure how the game discerns that, but if you don't train a skill for a while, you get rusty at it. Which basically just means you get a debuff the first few times you do that skill again. I don't know how important lava defense is going to be, because Tarn did specifically state the old standbys still work, but are less effective, so... Okay, so we're going to get some ads. I'm just going to let this fill while the ads run. What is the slab in the library? A dwarf that died, who's a zombie now, says Erdes. That's Ratis's, like, ghost prevention slab. Could they turn lava into obsidian? They could break the wall that's containing it. Or the drawbridge that's containing it. Or whatever. So, like, your ability to contain it will be less reliable. What feature do I want to see the most in DF? The last feature that somebody complained at me about that ruined the game for them. Whatever that is. Because I get a lot of, like, QA complaints and, like, bug reports in my comments section. Or, like, UI complaints. And they're like, this game's ruined for me because of this thing. It's like, well, I hope that gets added so that they get happy. I just like playing this game, so personally I'm not super picky, to be honest. But I'm looking forward to the siege weapon changes. Okay, so in 1 minute I will pull the lever. You were thinking about overflowing lava motes? Oh, certainly. I mean, I'm going to see if I can make minecart shotguns work. I think you have to manually turn the badge off. Like, you have to click on, like, the icon next to send a message and, like, customize your appearance. I'm pretty sure that's a manual on-off thing, not a your stream's muted thing. But being able to make peace from in the fortress? Yeah, I would like to see that too. Better diplomacy would be nice. Or more varied diplomacy, I guess. Or more nuanced diplomacy instead of just like, are you at war? Are you not at war? All right, let's pause. Because this needs to be pulled. Because that's all it really is right now, is just like, are you at war versus are you not at war? And there really isn't. It's pretty black and white. It's going to take the focus away from dwarves too heavily? You think you need burning oil? Why is the bolt launcher going to take the focus away from dwarves? There's still limited ammunition. Like, you're still going to need foot soldiers, if that's what you're talking about. So in YouTube chat, they say, I know I'm going to dislike the bolt launcher because it's going to take the focus away from the dwarves too heavily. I don't think that's true. You know, I agree with that idea, says Erdes, when it comes to diplomacy and making it, like, required, making it depend on your, like, noble's personality. I know so many people that would fucking hate that. Like, that is, it's really funny when I see people say, it's like, I would love to see this. It's like, yeah, I could see that, or, yeah, maybe not. is usually kind of how my brain goes. But then there's always like the follow-up thought from my head of just like, I know X number of people that would like immediately quit the game if that was a thing. I don't know. I have subtitles on Twitch, so I don't think it really matters all that much. I did once have somebody pop into my chat who said thanks for using closed captions because they're hearing impaired and just can't hear very well. But like, yeah, I'm not really sure what the connection is like for people watching streams on mute and actually using the on mute badge for its intended purpose. For some reason, I suspect it's not all that common that people use it for its intended purpose, but I could be wrong. You don't really know how that happens? So this container right here isn't full of lava, right? It's not quite full. It's only 4 of 7. When this is full, there is going to be 1, 2, 3, all the way down to the bottom, layers worth of empty pump stacks, okay? But eventually, because right now in order for lava to go somewhere, it needs to come from down here, which means it needs to flow into here, and it's flowing in pretty slowly. Then it needs to be pumped up here, and then it needs to be pumped all the way up to the top, and then it gets glorped out here, right? And then into there, which is 3 at a time filling this, which is pretty quick, but like it's taking its sweet time. Now, when this is all full, if I open this drawbridge, all of the lava in the entirety of this pump stack is going to simultaneously be placed at the top of the pump stack because it's all sitting there ready to go. Because instead of having to pull 3 at a time from the bottom, there's 7 of 7 on every single layer. So pressurizing lava works in that if you have 200 Z levels worth of pump stacks, there is 200 tiles that are full of lava that are going to appear at the top of the pump stack when you open up the pump stack. If there's 2 side by side, then there's 400. If there's 3 side by side, then there's 600, etc. Tiles worth of lava full, ready to be pumped out instantly when you open it. That's what causes lava to appear to be pressurized. You never really pressurize lava, but you can have the effect of lava being pressurized when a pump stack ejects all of its contents into one place all at once simultaneously. That's what it is. Let's just do some coffers, some rock coffers. And rock cabinets. And let's get some metalworking industry up and running up here. It's like actually pretty simple. So I like don't catch myself like explaining it very often, but the way like lava appears to get pressurized is actually quite straightforward. No sieges today? I don't think this fortress has been sieged yet. I think we got 1 round of like snatchers, and that was it. Well, maybe it was 1 round of snatchers and like 1 siege. It's very minimal. We haven't really had much in the way of sieges yet, so that's not too surprising. Also, we've had no traders because I haven't successfully traded yet, and the last time the traders came, they fought with my giant cobras, and a bunch of them died. So I don't think my faction is too happy with me at the moment. So yeah, I don't consider that to be particularly out of the ordinary. If anything, I'd say it's kind of expected. Yes. Well, or just a really, really tall vertical stack. Either one works. But it's like not an actual mechanic. It's not an intended mechanic. It's just kind of like the result of how pump stacks work. They, like, officially on paper, according to the wiki, lava does not get pressurized. You love the color of sandstone? Yeah, it's one of the better colors in the game, that's for sure. There's sand right there, which is, like, perfect. Sometimes you just gotta take a nappy poo. I mean, bro's tired, you know? This is, in theory, going to fight Colorbeard, but that plan was set into motion before the Siege update was announced. So now that the Siege update has a date, I kind of doubt that I'm going to make it that far, so I'm not really focusing on that plan at the moment. It's not really, like, the priority anymore. The priority is just to make this into a satisfying Halloween fort. At least for me. If we get that far, then sure, but based on the fact that I haven't successfully traded yet, I'm not super optimistic about that. How spooky will the fort be? I've got zombies and necromancers and gremlins. What more do you want from me? Like, already. It's not quite everybody yet. We're working on it. I'm also trying to get the fort, like, functional. There's still a Rotten Butcher Gremlin, and they haven't moved much because they're a Rotten Butcher Gremlin that isn't technically part of the faction. So, when you get, like, those, like, you've probably seen these, like, Rotten Butchers that appear. I thought that maybe using, what's it called? I thought that maybe using Makone would fix this, but, because they're a Rotten Butcher, they're literally going to hang around in this general vicinity and never leave. So they're just going to be there for forever. And, because they're a Gremlin, they will release themselves from cages. So if I try and lock it in a cage, it's most likely just going to, like, relock itself in. That's a 1x1 embark. Amokius. I'm not really doing anything else. And I'll be completely direct with you. The only reason the word challenge exists in my thumbnails is because my view counts have dropped over the last couple months and I need people to click. It is entirely for the sake of making an enticing thumbnail. I don't really think of it as much of a challenge, personally. Actually, kind of want to move this one tile over. Don't worry, you won't tell? Thank you. I'm glad your secret's safe with me. No one will ever know about my desire to entice people into clicking on my things. No one will ever suspect. It's just a very different way of playing. Where are the zombies? This is a zombie. Trust me, this is a zombie. This is a zombie necromancer. And I've got several of them. But currently I'm being a little bit cautious because I'm kind of hoping that I'll get some more migrants. So I'm just kind of building the fort up right now. Because I didn't get traders this year. I didn't get traders the year before. Because, like I said, I haven't successfully traded yet. And so if I don't get traders next year, we'll just start zombifying the population. But I don't have any, like, intelligent undead that aren't necromancers in this fort, so it's... Is it you? Yeah, it's this dwarf, and it's the human. Cross and Colossus. Appreciate you. I mean, it's not inaccurate, it's just not much of a challenge for me. It just requires you to be very specific and intentional about how you build stuff. But thanks for the 5-pack. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I greatly appreciate that. Today's one of those days where I don't really expect to hit the daily minimum, so thank you. Unless something crazy happens later today, which, you know, is always possible, but I'm not too optimistic at the moment, so thank you. How's your dwarf doing, Elf? Still around. Still a noble figure. You got a unibrow like most of the fort. You would like martial training. You hate friendship and you're sloppy. What's up, Kilda Style? Ho boy? What are we ho-boying about? I'm very, like, not interested in using a lot of mods because the game doesn't ever feel to me like it needs more. And most mods just add more. I need to actually look at what's in the Master Fork beta. But when new patches come out, I have zero interest in mods whatsoever. Mostly because, like, well, if a new patch just released, why would I want to, like, go mess with the new content? I want to see the new content and play the new content, but depending on how long it takes for the next patch to come out, I could see myself maybe looking into it. But I don't know. I never really feel like this game needs more. Masterwork is like a thing that I have mixed feelings on. I also have mixed feelings about it, like, coming back the way it did, but I'm happy that the people that have taken over the project have done the proper job crediting everybody. It seems like they're doing it right. It has some troubled history. I kind of wish they weren't calling it Masterwork, but I guess for marketing reasons, it kind of makes sense. I will say, though, if you are new to the game, I wouldn't recommend using Masterwork because it's pretty close to a mechanical overhaul. Like, the game is pretty categorically different with Masterwork than it was. Like, a lot of, how do I put this? A lot of complaints that people have about this game are like, this feature's missing. Were features that were in Masterwork and never in Dwarf Fortress. So to me, it's a pretty different game. Like, one of the things that Masterwork did back in the day that was kind of interesting for what it is it changed how, like, wood works. And I'm not sure if it does this now because I haven't looked. I only learned about it this morning, so I haven't looked into it too much. But what that did back in the day was it made it so that there was only wood, generic, one type. Instead of like dozens, which when you do that with enough different things, it helps your frame rate a lot. So a lot of the stuff that Masterwork did back in the day was to make the game run better, which it did because the game ran a lot worse back then. But like, for me, that's not really an appeal. So it would have to be like some part of it that's interesting. But Masterwork at the end of the day is it's a large mod pack, right? So it's a bunch of other mods added together into one big thing. And if there's something in there that I want, I could just go grab that. So it kind of depends on like how it works as a whole package. And I just remember a lot of the things in Masterwork being very unappealing to me. Like I would rather sacrifice frame rate to keep complexity, as an example. So like for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, sacrifice the complexity, save the frames. Even back then, I was kind of like I would rather have the complexity and fuck the frames. Oh, I read that as like oh boy, like something just happened that was startling, but I'm doing all right. Kilda Style, I'm doing all right. I mean, I've been kind of lamenting a little bit recently that I'm pretty burnt out at the moment, but fortunately or unfortunately, it just kind of comes with the industry, and it's just kind of an on again, off again thing that will just kind of happen forever, but is what it is. Doing okay. Don't really have anything to complain about at the moment. I was kind of feeling sick the other day, but like seems to have mostly sorted itself out, so that's nice. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even just the complexity. It's like the frame rate is less of an issue these days. Like when people talk about frame rate and they're talking about the frame rate going to 0 for some reason, usually it's because like something is blocked in somewhere and is trying to path out. And those types of frame rate fixes that used to be pretty major when things like temperature were a lot more of a problem, or things like running a graphical tile set was more of a problem back in the day, is kind of a non-issue now because it renders the graphics on the GPU now, which is like basically fixes all the graphical frame rate issues the game used to have. And also, like it's just had a lot of performance improvements over the years. So a lot of the things that it fixed back in the day are kind of like irrelevant now. And the other thing that it did was it was a launcher, right? So if you, I could be elite. Do I be the meanie elitist? Nah. If you didn't know how and didn't care to learn how to like swap out a tile set, the nice thing about Masterwork was like you could just click a button and turn it on and off. It was also a mod launcher, so you could add in other mods or remove mods. But now we just kind of have Steam Workshop. So I guess like my question is like, what actually is that mod these days? Is it just a mod pack? Then I'd need to like look at exactly like what is in that to determine if I'd want to use it or not. And if it's a launcher, I don't see why that needs to exist. Not that it shouldn't, I don't really see the purpose. Yeah, and those have been completely removed from the game, Zordus, so they're not even an issue at the moment. Good luck today, thanks. Don't thank me, please. Halfling mod because you love the little guys? Totally. You tried a halfling mod because I love the little guys and got some halfling traders that hardlocked the file instantly. Really? Was it just missing assets or something? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, new factions are cool, but in reality, they're mostly just reskinned versions or, like, slightly ethically tweaked versions of previously existing factions. It's like they're either humans but, or they're goblins but, or they're elves but. It's like elves but they have metal. Or like they're goblins but they look like orcs. Or they're dwarves but they look like, I don't know, halflings. And like, none of those mods really interest me at all. Because it's like, I would rather just play a stable-er game and not worry about it breaking. Because I'll be honest, I don't trust it to not break. Mods are the majority of like the game's like crashing problems. So I would like to be able to yell at Putnam and be like, hey, can we fix this? And then fix it in an hour and fix an issue in the game itself. Then yell at Putnam and be like, hey, can you fix this? And then being told, that was a mod. And then going, damn it. So that's just kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I think we all have our own preferences and needs and desires. And that's kind of where I live. I'll be honest with you, I don't want animal people randomly joining my fort, Zordus. Not because I have anything against animal people, but I don't want to make them clothes. Like, that's suddenly a lot of tedium that I would then have to deal with, which I'm not willing to do. That sucks. Tiny. Because you like playing both sides of your wars? I mean, you can already do that in Dwarf Fortress and Fort mode. You just have to go to war with other Dwarven factions. But yeah, no, I get you. I understand why people use mods. It's just, for me, it's a two-pronged thing for me. It's one, the mods just add more variety and don't actually change how the game plays that much. Like, if somebody puts out a mod that, like, overhauls, I don't know. How do I put this? Diplomacy, just something we were talking about earlier. Adds like 10 different diplomacy options and like makes it possible to become like friendly with other factions again and stuff like that. I would suddenly be much more interested in looking into it because that's a new mechanic. But if it's just reskinned things that already existed and you're just retheming the game, it kind of does nothing for me aside from make it like less stable potentially. So I don't know. There will be a time, probably sooner than later, where I delve into a bunch of mods for the first time in a while. And that is because of the Lua stuff. I would be curious to see like a Necromancer powers overhaul, or if someone could use Lua to make magic stuff happen, or things like that. There's definitely some things that I think that are being actively worked on that I'm getting curious about. So my interest in like having mainstay mods running more is getting greater. Another thing is like, I was talking the other day, or a couple, maybe not the other day, but I've talked recently about like adventure mode, like what I need for adventure mode to be something that I stream more. If I did stream a lot of adventure mode, if like the things that I wanted changed about adventure mode get changed, like if there's more crafting options in the vanilla game, and if like NPCs are more interesting to interact with and there's more quest variety and activities, I would be interested in installing a mod like the expanded crafting mod. Or like if building gets added, I would be interested in installing a mod that makes it a little bit more life simmy, like that, like the DF hack script that allows you to do all of the crafting that's in fort mode at workshops, stuff like that. But it still needs more around the edges that I don't think is doable with mods at the moment. If there was UI mods, I would probably use those. Without the squared well mod? I mean, I'm not gonna... Question. Is a sprite swap a mod? Because we use the word mod for like a lot of things. And to me, like aesthetic changes like aren't a mod, really. I guess so. I don't know. I think you need to get it from a like third-party script loader. But there's a DF hack script called Adventure Fort Deadly Jive, which just lets you turn on all of the fortress crafting. But there's also like expanded crafting and a few other things, where if you find the materials you can craft in adventure mode without DF hack. And there's another one that lets you find orbs that give you magical spells, which is like Dwarf Arcana, I think is the name of that one. Well, I'm just gonna make... Where are you? Clothing, clothes. Just plunk one of those up there. Silk bag. 55. Speaking of silk bag, is that beast still alive? Oh, wrong screen. Excellent. And excellent. And also I'm just going to go onto this level and just forbid literally everything in here. Yeah, I mean, I was expecting the Siege stuff to be somewhere in February. That was kind of my expectation, but I will also say that there's kind of... It's a smaller portion than I was kind of thinking we would get as well. So it's kind of like a... It's pretty much satisfied and excited for what we're getting, but like, it is just the Siege changes. I was thinking it would take longer because Tarn was talking about like the magic stuff that's going to be added to temples. And that had me thinking that it was going to take a little bit longer, but But because it's just the siege stuff, I guess that does make sense. Oh, come on. You vomit, blob it. Go south. Oh, no, absolutely. We will get other additions. I mean, this is like definitely a huge chunk of it. But I kind of thought that the chunk would have a few other things alongside of what we are getting. I'm not complaining, for clarity here. But I was thinking it was going to take a little bit longer because I thought that it was going to have a larger portion of what Tarn had talked about in it. There we go. So that's now done. And that's closed. So I've now trapped this beast in this very confusing hallway. But we've now trapped it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. I think I will just go down maybe right there. Maybe not right there. Maybe over here. Not actually right there because, well, that's also a no-go zone. I just want a long way in so that I can fill it up with traps. Speaking of traps... No, absolutely. But that's, I'm just saying, that's why I was thinking it was going to take longer than it ended up taking. But then again, I guess I've also learned to be, like, not optimistic. But it also makes me wonder, like, with that trailer, like, how much of that stuff is actually functional. Not, like, trying to accuse them of, like, faking a trailer or anything, but we didn't see all of the footage from a full siege. And like I said, we haven't seen the battering rams moving yet. So like, I do wonder. A citizen turns traitor and let the gate down? That would probably be villains related things and not siege update, but I smell weed. And it's not me. Somebody must be smoking something dank outside because my window ain't open. Battering rams is something that you never thought the game would get. I'm still holding out hope that eventually the trolls will pick up and throw goblins, but I just want to see a goblin get hucked. Or like catapults that fire goblins. I just want suicide goblin bombers, okay? That's all I really want. I'm not gonna lie, I might turn that off if that was a thing that they added. Your own dwarves being able to do it. I would need to be very intelligently balanced, or I just kind of wouldn't want to play, I don't think. DS? Like, I might just disable that feature if that was a thing that could happen. So let's try and keep it to positive things, not, you know, unpleasant things. We'll judge it when we see it. Yeah, that's something that's been making me wonder. I feel like it's either going to be something that has a very detailed user interface or something that you're just going to need to discern. I'm kind of expecting it to be more the second one, Terabyte. That it'll just be something that you need to look at and figure out. Will villains be the next thing? I'll be completely honest with you, I don't remember. I think it's like pretty... I need to look. Hold on. Do you want me to look? I can. Also, the last talk that they did about or when it comes to that, was quite some time ago, so it's entirely possible that that's no longer the direction they're going, but it's not like a guaranteed roadmap. I'll go grab it. Give me a sec. So this is all the siege stuff. The stuff that this doesn't seem to be in the trailer anywhere. So kidnap humans and dwarves should be more interesting. Aside from that, they can release them. That's in the trailer. This isn't in the trailer, which is temple-based defenses. My theory is the way this is going to work is just like there will just be like a little list of like what a temple counters, and then they just won't be able to use that magic on the map. That's kind of what I'm expecting from that. I wouldn't expect it to be too complicated. So from a UX perspective, it would probably just like tell you what it does. That's already in. That's in the trailer. That's in the trailer. That's in the trailer partially, but there's some stuff that Tarn has talked about with this that isn't in the trailer, such as capturing mega beasts, so like enemies being able to release themselves from traps. That isn't in the trailer, which is make mega beast and kobold attacks more interesting. Fix and improve underground civilization attacks, that's also not in the trailer. And that's also not in the trailer, which is combat flow stuff. Then after that, we'd like the ability to make our own settlements, so building for adventure mode, which I know that a lot of people are like, that should have just been in there. It was like half-baked and had no practical purpose, so like it's a good thing they didn't put it out right away, because I think it would have just disappointed a lot of people, in my opinion. And then I guess after that, maps, which is focus on the world map rewrites and addition. Oops. Steam, please function for me, please. We'd like to focus on map rewrites and beautifications, as well as those that need to get us prepared for the more magical and procedural content. So like world map rewrites, which I think Putnam's kind of already working on. And then a return to systems after the maps rewrites. So like villains, army warfare, which is armies moving around in the overworld, which they sort of do in adventure mode. Whatever civilizations, etc. means. But like overworld systems and stuff. The meta game, I guess. Not as in like the game's meta, but like, you know, the big picture. Well, if you read the, what's the word? If you read the old posts about magic, Zordas, they write that the idea of magic, or the first thing that needs to be done for magic is, I wonder if I can store sand in barrels. I'm just going to go for bins because that seems safer. One of the ideas behind magic is that they would... one of the ideas behind magic originally is that it would require pretty extensive... like, what's the word? Overworld map rewrites, right? So if they're rewriting large portions of the overworld map, in order to, I'm gonna stop playing and think, and yeah, anyway, they have to do a lot of overworld rewrites, to allow for magical generation, as well as there's just a lot of problems with the world gen. Things like, you know, when you get tiles and it's just a flat forest and you can tell exactly where the tile begins and ends because there's a gap in the trees. Stuff like that is stuff that Tarn wants to fix because the world gen and the map generation hasn't really seen a patch since like 2012, like 2011. It's been a long time. So that's kind of what that is. And if you look at the old rewrites, descriptions and discussions of what would need to be done to allow for magic, magic is, as a baseline, requires new raws so that fortress mode, like as a whole, can like be expanded upon. So the new raws that they've decided to go with are the Lua raws. So Putnam is actively doing the like early rewrites to allow for magic. Yes, I think I got that thought out coherently. I mean, we kind of get that right now, but it's mostly in the format of Dwarf A beating up Dwarf B. You know, like a tantrum is kind of a petty crime. But yeah, it'd be cool if they could do more things with tantrums. Like if they could, like you said, steal somebody's underwear, or like, I don't know, steal somebody's bedroom. But I don't know, like there's like a pretty thin line between like how do you make that interesting? Fort mode do anything? I've seen dwarves use them, but it's definitely not the norm. As an example, if you look at the, like, if you watch a intelligent undead in combat, sometimes you'll see, like, they gesture and an enemy shudders, or like they gesture and an enemy falls over, or they gesture and an enemy winces in pain, or they gesture and shoots a bolt of ice. I've seen those before in combat logs if a military dwarf is wielding one of those items, but it's very infrequent and doesn't do a ton. Because that's basically all they are, is it's just allowing anybody who has a hand and is capable of equipping something to use the intelligent undead powers, which are already a pre-existing thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think like a lot of that stuff is like fun to theorize about, but like I guess the question is like how would you make that compelling as a video game mechanic would be where I would bump into in regards to dwarves doing petty crimes to one another. Like it's a funny concept to imagine. I agree, but how would you do that in a format that is not just really annoying? I would say it's already pretty interesting. What else would you like? I mean, I would like things that can happen in Legends mode to happen in Fort mode. So, like, I would like dwarves to get divorced in Fort mode. There's a few things about this UI I would like changed. I would like to know when their birthday is. Like, just fucking put their birthday there. Like, they used to be there. Please tell me what it is. Like, tell me what god they worship from this front screen, if they worship one. Let me go to this screen and then click on a magnifying glass here and see what the god is without me having to make a fucking temple to figure it out. A temple and an engraving to figure it out from Fort mode. Like I think like most of the stuff that I want is just more ways to get information about dwarves, because like I think their interactions are already pretty complex and pretty interesting, but it's mostly just a yeah, a point of matchmaker, you know, so that they can find somebody else to be happy with, or like allow them to marry multiple dwarves, or maybe like allow them to get married even if they have multiple relationships. Uh-oh, I've got a tantruming gremlin. Well, that's not good. Gremlin did a vandalism, speaking of petty crimes. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know if I would say minor. Because like I think more what I want, like if I could snap my fingers and add one thing to Dwarf Fortress right now, and I've requested this, and many, many other people have requested this, I want to be able to hit escape and click quit to Legends without having to save and exit. It can do the full save process. And then from Legends, be able to click return to game. I don't care if it takes 2 minutes to load. I would stick a fork in my left hand for like 90 seconds if I can make that happen. I know that's not like the biggest physical threat, but I don't want to like actually put threat to harm to myself. I would commit serious personal harm to myself if I knew it would make that happen. Such as like, I don't know, sticking a pencil up my nose. Like, if I could just have Legend, like a button to quit to Legends, I would do it. I would do a whole stream with a pencil up my nose if I could make that happen. Making plans with friends? Oh, so you want like the Tavern Games update, basically. Because Tavern Games is like an expanded version of like... Hey, Hager, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. Because Tavern Games is like supposed to be like an expansion on the way the... What's it called? Like dances and songs and stuff that they already do would work, except like with the procedural games that they do in Legends. So like crossbow throwing competitions, as an example. I have 43 sand. I would like to see that happen for other people, but I don't see myself ever going back to fully playing the game with a keyboard. And this goes back to like the same reason I don't see myself ever fully playing with ASCII again, Terabyte. It's a lot, like even in games where like I can play fully with keyboard, I find myself trying to prioritize using the mouse purely because if there's a mouse on screen, people know what to look for, you know? They know what to see. They know how to like discern it, you know? An in-game encyclopedia. I don't personally want an in-game encyclopedia, but that's just because I know how much development time that would take.
Just a little over 2 months to Christmas already. Where did the summer go?
Away, thankfully. It lasted too long. That's where summer went. Thanks for the year. Appreciate you, Jaeger. Or should I say Odin? That's how you want me to say your name? Because I can't pronounce Swedish, it turns out. Funny that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the mouse support ain't perfect, but, like, it's just easier to, like, tell chat what's going on. Like, one of the biggest complaints I got back in the day... one of the biggest, what's the word? Complaints I got when I played the game in ASCII was that I didn't have an on-screen keyboard indicator and, like, to show the hotkeys that I'm hitting, and I tried it briefly and it didn't help. So like I just kind of gave up at a point. It's too messy to make that feasible. I mean, I think, like, there's this button, right? Which does exist in the game. But this is, like, just the wiki, right? And, like, they could expand upon this. Which also, funnily enough, I haven't actually looked at most of these. Now that I'm realizing it's like, oh, viewed, it's, like, outing just how few of the tutorials I've actually gone through. But, like, this already exists in the game, and the wiki exists, and I know that, like, tabbing in and out of the wiki isn't that easy for a lot of people, but I've talked to people before about... Thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate. I've talked to people before about how much work that is. Like, there's a lot of things in games where it's like, that is a huge amount of time that doing insert thing here requires. And I always feel like it's ridiculous to like actually ask a team the size of a game like this to do something like what they often ask for. And that's kind of one of those where it's just like, would an in-game wiki be nice? Abso-fucking-lutely. 100% it would be lovely. Is it worth the development time, though? Like, if Tarn could take 3 months making a really good in-game wiki, or 3 months, I don't know, adding something completely unrelated that's mechanically interesting, I would take the latter. Dost thou hoist? Do you even lift? Thank you very much for that prime. I'm like Cringer, who has an awesome beard. Shoutouts to Cringer. Cringer's good people. I mean, I have no plans to cut it off. But month's been okay. At this point, it's mostly just a matter of waiting until the 3rd of November when the next patch drops. And also, on a more personal level, just trying to, how do I put this? Come to grips with the fact that I've almost been a Twitch partner for, well, 6 years. It's like the 30th is my Twitch partner anniversary, which is fucking terrifying. It's like I'm shriveling up and becoming a fossil. I mean, I've played more than one game that literally do that with Quill 18 tutorials. Tibe. For the right kind of person, that's a great option. For the most people, I think people find that kind of annoying. I personally would rather a game has no tutorial than simply links to some random YouTube channel. Has to be like 80? I mean, he might have like 80 dogs. Do I have any performance? Let me check. I don't think I have any performers. Oh, no, that's not true. I do have one. Orange is a bard, technically. I don't know. Who do you want? I got several talented speakers. No, I as somebody who has a playlist on YouTube with a lot of views, I hope they don't add my playlist there. Because Lore the Wrestler? You sure you don't want Data's brother, Lore? Or wrong Lore? Thanks for the additional 5-pack. You know it's cheaper if you do 10 at a time, right? Appreciate you, mate. Earlier I was talking about how I wasn't expecting to hit the daily minimum today unless something crazy happened, and now our friend Lil Jaeger's here. But it's not as fun. That's true. That's true. And sometimes that covers my month, so. Appreciate your craziness, mate. The actual worst scenario is there is no good YouTube tutorials or written guides. Yeah, I mean, that is the worst case scenario. Ragu cooking? Ooh, tasty. Thanks for the 15 subscriptions, mate. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and can easily fall into love or develop can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is a friendly individual and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. What do you feel with Cud? He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to be a little wasteful in working on projects and prefers to present himself modestly. He has a greedy streak and can handle stress, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. When he's nervous, he never allows pauses to occur in conversation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, Caves of Cud. I actually found Caves of Cud's introduction tutorial to be weirdly good. But that game does have a very good wiki though. The weird thing about Cud is the introduction tutorial is pretty good for what it is. And the wiki, once you figure out how to search it, is actually kind of all you need, because like that's not a game that's going to tell you to go this direction and do this thing, because things move and stuff changes and locations of enemies move, so it kind of doesn't matter. It's mostly just a matter of like, can I fight this thing? Will this thing insta-give me? Should I run? Is a lot of what that game is. But yes, it is a game that is designed to be learned from mistakes. I will say, my tutorial, well, not tutorial, my video on it called Caves of Scud, a beginner-friendly experience, tries to tutorialize like the direction and stuff. Dwarf Fortress also isn't as hard as I think people make it out to be, Jangles. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is a friendly individual, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He prefers that everyone present himself modestly and has a greedy streak. He can handle stress and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. When he's nervous, he never allows pauses to occur in conversation, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, I brute force learned Caves of Cud by randomly generating characters and then just dying in 90 seconds for like 20 hours. But yeah, no, Caves of Cud is kind of a lot. I personally feel that game's harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress, at least to learn it competently, especially if you've never played a game like that before. And I think less people have played games like that than people who've played games like RimWorld or strategy games that feel like a Dwarf Fortress to a degree. He personally values sacrifice and values a harmonious existence and dreams of creating a great work of art. And likes rock salt and lay pewter and veracite and hemp fabric, as well as quivers and llamas for their jutting teeth and crowmen for their intelligence. And the sight of the fancy wisps, and when possible prefers to consume panda and gutter crewer and amaranth flower, and absolutely hates moon snails. So something happened a little bit ago in game. One of my gremlins tantrumed. If one of them tantrums and attacks one of the undead necromancers, we could just suddenly have a fort full of zombies. So just realize that we are kind of in a state of teetering precariousness at the moment, which is kind of exciting, if you ask me. It's got a game like CDDA. Okay, I'm going to make an analogy here, but please understand that it's an analogy. Cud is kind of like Gothic, and CDDA is kind of like DayZ or Project Zomboid. So CDDA is just like a big open thing. Caves of Cud is like a clockwork world with systems that you can go into and poke, and a written quest line. But they're both turn-based games that randomly generate the world every time. But they're pretty different the way you play them. And Yuvish, the Stonecraft, has been taken by a Fey Mood. A gremlin would never do that? Oh, that would be great if it did, though. I'm kind of hoping that'll happen, actually. I'm also kind of hoping I get to trade again, so I'll have to manufacture something like that happening if we don't get to trade again. Was very much needed. I'm that weird guy that liked the old UI more than the new one, and I still like the old one more than the new one. I'm kind of like a lot of people are with Dwarf Fort, or a lot of the old players of Dwarf Fort are. When it comes to this UI rework, I liked the old one more, but I also acknowledge that it was harder to play. I just found it easier to read. Like, the text was bigger. So that's why I liked it more. Still use the old inventory menu? Yeah. I stopped using the old one because people kept telling me that I could use the new one, and I just got tired of responding to it. Before you built a library, it must be a pretty necromancy-heavy faction. I had to acquire an Necronomicon to get one here. Thankfully, there's no OSHA to violate in this universe, YouTube chat, so I wouldn't worry too much about these so-called violations. They're only violations if there are rules, and we have no rules. Also, we have better balance than you. By we, I mean the dwarves, but... You do miss the aesthetic of some of the old tile sets? Some of them, like, there's some tile sets suddenly showing up for this version of the game. I think, like, my bitching about the... Maybe not bitching, but complaining about the lack of tile sets for this version has started to strike a chord with some people because I've started seeing them showing up. Dwarf Fortress is extremely simulation focused. I don't know what you're saying in comparison to, but won't have to stumble too far to find peace. Do you say that like I'm going to fail a mood at my forge? Claim hazard, I'm offended. Why would I do such a thing? What does tiny fort mean? That's how big map is. No, I mean, there's nothing in similarity between... the similarities between Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud is they were both in development for like 1,000 years and made by kind of crazy people. That's like really the only similarities. Like it's an apples and oranges comparison. I kind of like get bothered by a lot of comparisons that people make between Dwarf Fortress and other games that exist, purely because like none of them ever make any sense to me. It's like I kind of acknowledge that I'm just like the weirdo in that instance, where it's like none of these comparisons are relevant, but like no, like quite literally, like there is no game I've ever played that is anything like Dwarf Fortress, even some of the games that have been in development for similar lengths of time. I used to make a joke that like everything is a really complicated Minecraft mod. Minecraft mod? What? Minecraft mod. So if you think about it, Dwarf Fortress is just really complicated Minecraft. Although when I have to explain what Dwarf Fortress is to random people who've never seen it before and never heard of it before and are just like asking what I do for a living or we're just talking about video games, I always just tell them it's flat SimCity, but it's Minecraft. Or it's like SimCity for lunatics. Is my other response. Or like RimWorld is like Dwarf Fortress for normal people. Although I guess RimWorld is also kind of for lunatics in its own way. I pretty rarely limit the population, although I haven't successfully traded in this 4 terabytes, so all of the dwarves... Like, I had 2 trading caravans in a row get destroyed. So I just haven't had a trading caravan in a couple years, so I haven't traded in a while, so I haven't had any migrants yet today at all. Normally I would, but... just got an email that's actually important that I need to put in my calendar. But yeah, no, like SimCity for lunatics has you chuckling. I mean, it kind of is that, right? Just waiting for these ads to stand. Okay. I was going to do something with glass. So let's do like green glass table. Just do 10 of them and limit it to 1 shop. The other one's just going to make blocks. I don't know, it's more... Okay, so, like... RimWorld it's for normal people, but normal people implying homicidal maniacs, alright? This game's just for lunatics. You know? It was for you? Well, obviously you're a homicidal maniac, then. Okay, normal in the world of people who play niche colony builders that are readily available on Steam, which is already like a fraction of a population of people. So within a fraction of a population of people, Dwarf Fortress is for normal like lunatics, whereas yeah. As you do that in The Sims, you can with the if hack. By that I mean you can delete all of their stress. You kind of can if you really focus on them, but you have, actually, if you watch my video, Gadolin, called "I Followed One Dwarf for 10 Years," I literally do that in that video, where I specifically lock that dwarf fortress, that dwarf fortress. What am I saying? That dwarf in situations where they are forced to basically like succumb to my whims, I suppose. Do sandbags not go in bins? I guess they don't. That is kind of wild. I didn't know that. All right, well, I guess I just learned something. Need to acquire object machine? Casual. Get good. Make clothing once or twice a year, and that'll almost always satisfy that need. Otherwise, they're greedy, in which case, make higher value clothing, and that'll satisfy that need. Sorry if I'm being too harsh, but that's how I feel about people who use that to reset. Need to acquire object, or build yourself a gift shop like a normal dwarven fortress overseer, or simply undeadify everybody and turn them into zombies, and then they don't need anything. Just a pair of working hands. The Forgotten Beast, Zugast, has come. A huge feathered spoder. Ooh. It has a pair of branching antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its river blue feathers are patchy. Beware its poison bite. That is friggin' terrifying. Did you... Oh, do you just want more logs? Nope. No, there's tons of logs. All right, well, it's not logs. What else do you need? Yarn cloth. Do I have any? Tisk. I don't. Oh, never mind. You already have yarn cloth. What else do you need then? Logs, logs. Okay. You have one. Cut gems. Bones. Oh, you also need plant cloth, but you have plant cloth. Do you need 2 yarn cloth? It's like yarn and bones is what you need, but... All right, well, anyway, let's follow this. Oopsies. I can't click. Spooky. Yep. I've discerned that from skimming it. Zortos, that seems correct. Huh. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. No, I needed to pee. Not a bowel movement. All right. I'm gonna forbid this. And really just pray that this thing can't climb and break down doors. And then I'm gonna open that up and we'll see what happens. Because if it can't break down doors, I'm thinking maybe it'll go for that other Forgotten Beast. Which is down here. Who's in a tree at the moment. Which is extremely inconvenient. But you can fly. Mr. Belch Phantoms. You know what? Maybe the play here is to just lock this. Keep it locked. And send the Marksdwarfs down into here. See what they can do. Because they have iron bolts. And iron bolts. Hey, chat, can I get a round of bolts? Why don't I grab all three of you? Send you guys over here. It's funny, they were supposed to have fixed that, but they clearly didn't. They just need a clear line of sight, which you're trying to get. Nope. Didn't get the chance to get a shot off. Let's see what we can do. Let's try smoothing up the rest of these. I also need to free up. You can cheat all you want on your own personal games, Azertes. I don't need to. If you would like to, you're welcome to. Every time you tell me to, I will just simply call you a cheater and say, don't tell me to cheat. And then we wait. Also, let's check on that strange mood dwarf. I do have a theory. That's probably they just can't get to the thing that they want. But I should be able to open up access to that momentarily by going down here, digging through this. Going down to here and unforbidding this. Where'd that be? Oh, there it is. You go make dinner, enjoy your foods. Whenever food time happen. Oh, there we go. Bolts flying. All three of them missed. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Bolt strikes in the right fourth foot. Strikes in the left third leg. More bolts flying. Because it's probably got webs. So that honestly makes it kind of terrifying. Cheers, Tongdil. My mom, when she used to do that, had a calendar reminder set up to do it, which I always found kind of adorable, but... quick save, Tongdil, to answer your question. That's just the first. There's probably something else, but that's just the first one that comes to mind. Oh, a click drag option for tombs that are not in rooms. That's probably it. And thank you much for the Prime. For 3 months. Appreciate you, mate. Tungdil asked in the YouTube chat, what are any features from DF Hack that fall under quality of life that you would like to see added to the game? I know a lot of people are probably going to be like, oh geez, what's the name of that thing? Are probably going to say something along the lines of, like the civilian alerts. I actually don't want those added into the game because that was never a vanilla feature, and I find them to be too effective, and I do not want perfect efficiency when it comes to civilians hiding from sieges, because if...
Spoiling myself a little bit, cause I haven't finished the first VOD.
I wouldn't worry about it, Francis Sport. But I appreciate you hanging out for the spoilers. Unless, like, I guess you use it for evening background noise or something. But thank you very much for the Prime. I've never really been much of a VOD watcher. So it always kind of amazes me, actually, that people watch the VODs. The main reason I archive that stuff on YouTube is more for me than anything. So one of my biggest regrets from the early days of doing this was not archiving my VODs so I can't go back and look. Because something that I've found has become very, very useful to me is like getting to see exactly how much my stuff has improved and how much better I've gotten at making it. But like, you kind of can't do that. It is fascinating. Oh. Could it be possible you wanted something down here? It's also quite possible. What have you lost? Poison bite. Just a lot of bruises and cuts. I kind of want to just go fight it. I'm gonna remove you and just put you into this squad and make this a metal armor squad. And I'm gonna remove hunting from you, and I'm gonna get this person down here to be on duty and to go now, dump all of their stuff, And you're going to go 1v1 this creature. Because this dwarf has, or this human has some combat skills already. And on top of having some combat skills, they're also... On top of having some combat skills, they're also a necromancer that's undead. So they won't get attacked by their nightmares. So I really want to see this thing fight that beast. It forces you to build vertical? Yeah. Here we go, chat. What's your weapon? Oh, you didn't grab one? Well, that's unfortunate. And there we go. They summon this. Let's see how this goes. Webs come out. Well, that's unfortunate. And here I was hoping that would be more efficient. But instead, not so much. So let's make some excitement, shall we? Let's make some excitement. Oh, even better. One of them got it. Hold on, the ghostly human recruit is fighting? The flying bolt strikes it in the sepia-thorax, tearing the muscle and bruising the brain. So they did kill it with a bolt. But what I need to do is I need to get you immediately put away so I can try and resurrect you again. Where's corpse? Corpses. And down to there. Yeah, I don't know what you need. Later, Ann. Thanks for the $10. That's 10 times the bits I've gotten so far today.
X1000.
So thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. If another Forgotten Beast arrives. This one undulates rhythmically. It's named Atsithi Ritharania, and it's an enormous humanoid composed of salt. It me on a Monday. And it has a knobby set of antenna, and it undulates rhythmically. How's your trip been, Letterman? Check, can I get a round of beers? $10. Run, Dwarf. Run, Dwarf. This is the wicked subtlety. Subtly wicked. Subtly salty. Maybe heavily salty? Subtly wicked, heavily salty. Okay, here comes the squiddies. And this dwarf goes, ah! After being terrified while in conflict. Hasn't killed anything before, so best of luck. Oh, well, that was easy. The salty one has been assaulted? Well done, Salt. You did it. You did well. I think it was like a 4 tap. I was kind of right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. They hacked it, they slapped it, which didn't do anything. They said, I have a part in this. There's no feel to need vengeful. There's no need to feel vengeful. And then they punched the beast in the right hand. And the severed part sails off in an arc. They hack them in the upper body, which breaks away the tissue. Yeah, they put salt into that wound for sure. Are you okay with maybe dying in the next 90 minutes and then becoming a zombie? Actually, I think that may have just happened. Also, it appears that I've got a gremlin that's stumbling around obliviously. Because I think they've just died. Unless I mistyped strange. I guess I mistyped stranged. Okay. I mean, you'll just be resurrected as a zombie, so it doesn't really matter all that much, but she lacks confidence in her abilities and is inattentive to detail in her own work. She does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs and is often feels lustful. She has a tendency to consider abstract ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Though she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish. She can handle stress and occasionally overindulges and doesn't seek out excitement. The thing is, like, I guarantee you she knows exactly what she wants. It's just a matter of if she'll be able to get it or not. She personally thinks romance is very important in life and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and does not care about family one way or another in terms of mastering a skill. She likes Killinite and Lay Pewter, as well as Lay Sawgate and Crystal Glass. And the color lime, warhammers, figurines, and the words of the Auburn of Boulders and the sight of the Larks of Luxury and the Larks of Luxury are Lark's Luxury of Styling. That's such a weird combination of words. When possible, prefers to consume custard apple cider and cottonseed oil and absolutely hates slugs. And you know a whole bunch of songs and essays. Welcome to the fort. And we're over here making breastplates, amongst other things. So let's give our soldiers some new weapons. And let's make some iron battle axes. Let's do 15. I'm also going to try something. Okay, so Kafit has been resurrected and is now wandering the fortress. Let's just go down to the Necromancer box. Your body's already there. Perfect. Now I just need you to be linked up to that, which you are. Now I need a cage with something scary in it. Giant mole. Come on. I can do better than a giant mole. Maybe that'll be enough. Oh. You'll do it. I need to get Ratis down here again. You're looking forward to being undead very soon? Me too. I mean, looking forward to you being undead, not me being undead. I don't want to be undead. Maybe you do, but I certainly don't. All right, let's do that. So now they just need to come here, grab this, and place that. Then hook it up to some... And then hook it up to a lever. And Moreb, the now fully armored necromancer, is going to go to the fun pit. The very important task for Moreb. And Moreb, you need assistance, so... His Dudis will have to dude it. All right, so you're there. We're going to link you to that and that. And so now we're just running and back and forth and linking a thing to a thing, which is this dwarf, who's linking stuff to trigger. Thankfully, it's all very close together. I really like the way this room ended up looking. Because the map is so small and square, I was scared everything would just start looking square naturally, but I didn't get a post up this week, Red Fogel. I started writing a few things, but couldn't really come up with any solid ideas. So I chose to not worry about it too much. So what do you think, chat? Are we going to be able to successfully resurrect this human a second time? And bring him back? Do you have any hope for the success rate of me and my necromancy? Or do you think we're just doomed? I'd love to know. Also, we're about to get hit by some ads, so could I get a round of beers, chat? For those of you still hanging out and listening to the stream. Thanks to everybody for sticking around, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Okay. So now that all that's done, let's pull the lever. And you go station there. You go station there and then cancel. You pull the lever and lock the door. Actually, don't do that. Because one, we're in an ad, and two, I need to put a roof on it. So I'm just going to unforbid this. And I'm going to put a block up there. How is Dwarfs today? I think the Dwarfs are pretty good, except for the ones that aren't alive. Yeah. Sure not forward, and then instead back. Go Cap and Necromancy. We're also going to have a zombie troll, I'm noticing. Based on the skull and crossbones right there. Does my map have an aquifer? Yep, that's how I'm powering the pump stack. If I scroll up, it's right here. This is how I'm powering the pump stack. Mostly this, though. Hello, Lennox. How's the shenanigans? Great for the ones that haven't died. One of them's died twice, and I'm trying to bring them back a second time. But it's just waiting for some ads to end. But we're just going to build this floor tile right here, and then we can go for test number 2. Usually dig it all out and make a lake when you do tiny forts. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking about doing that with lava. Making like a lava lake, you know? Somebody else was pointing out that learning how to functionally get underground in heavy aquifers is going to be a much more valuable skill as soon as the Siege update releases. Which I actually think is a valid point. Alright, so. Here we go, chat. So. We now have a necromancer right here. A necromancer right here. A giant trained mole, which, I'm sorry to that poor mole. Zombie, who's not friendly. Zombie who is friendly. And this guy who I hope to be a zombie in a moment. Now we have a nightmare and also a troll. The troll is distracting the nightmare, which is fortunate for us. Now a zombie troll, and they don't appear to have resurrected the human again. Grumble. What happened to the necromancers? They're in cages. Well, that's frustrating. I'm gonna try again, though. Let's also go down here, place you. Pull that. Go up here. Mole's out of here. The mole's seen some shit, man. That mole's had a rough afternoon. Let me tell you. But yeah, because necromancers can summon nightmares, it's a really, 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 really bad idea to not try and protect them. So this is my method of protecting them. Is by knocking them directly into a cage. Maybe if I put them down on this end. That'll be better. Come on. No, that mole was tame and I thought it wasn't. I thought I'd already butchered it. So I figured it was a wild mole and would help. Because in order for them to do necromancy, they need to be in combat. So I'm trying to force them into combat by scaring the shit out of them with something mean. And that zombie is the other thing that could do that, but it's not all that useful. There we go. We now got fully kitted out weapons. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so speaking of talking about, you're down here. Okay, so you go right there. I could just do it with the one dwarf, but... And I will if I have to. You're not rotten, are you? You were mangled, though. You know, I wonder if he couldn't see it. Because he was only just found dead. Udil, crowd axes, wants to join the fort. Which is my extra necromancer. Because I have an extra necromancer. Who is also a zombie. Where are you and what are you doing? At least you're coming back. No, you're not. That sounds like a weird dating game show, Captain Radiator. Okay, so you hooked up, you not quite hooked up. I just simply need... I thought that dwarf had no nose. I need somebody to do this, like, real bad. I only have one corpse. I find pedestals to be a much more predictable way of doing this, and I like doing this in predictable ways. So I would rather resurrect a bunch of stuff all at once. Okay. So you... Actually, no, you're just standing here, aren't you? That's odd. Just gonna remove you from this squad, maybe. There you go, that's plenty. Go pull the lever. All right, chat, here we go. Can I get, I don't know, round of beers, or a vile force of darkness, or something, because we're about to have another one. Zombies released. Trolls resurrected X2. I guess, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to resurrect my good boy, Adventurer. Because I've literally tried 3 times now. And it's no bueno. Although, Rat, are you friendly now? No, you aren't. You just don't care because you're both undead. So I'm kind of sad about this. It's just too mangled to resurrect it, but oh well. Not much I can really do about it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's just kind of sad. Speaking of kind of sad, I can put this gremlin into a squad. Can I command you if I station you somewhere? I'm very doubtful. No, I think it's because they're mangled. If something is too mangled, then they can't be resurrected. Okay, so I don't really want to zombify the gremlins. Because even with you in a squad, I can't do anything with you. Although I wonder. He also doesn't seem to be able to beat criminals. You know, I'm curious about something. If I move you up here... Yeah, you also can't do that. So no, there's no real point in saving. Or trying to do anything with this guy. They lose their minds when they become zombies. I'm just gonna put him back. Hold up. Oopsies. Fortress was still doomed. It's fun, though. I mean, hey, let me tell you this. Most of my fortresses are doomed, so... There's certainly, one of us, if that's the case. So welcome to the family. Because it kind of comes with the territory, the, you know, whole fortress being doomed and all that. I was testing something and I put him back, says Erdes. That's very different from looking and seeing what a strange mood requires. That's certainly a lot if you've never played a game like this before. And going from 0 to learning this game with no resources is difficult. It's doable, but very difficult. Gigma, thanks for the 20th month. Okay, well, let's just deconstruct and reconstruct this. Let's plop down another one of these. Took you a dead expedition leader to learn that brewing is very important. The number of times I've had to, like, beg people in chat to not make their dwarves drink alcohol is, like, astounding to me. It's like, please, just give your dwarves alcohol. They will be so much happier. It's like, but they don't need it. They drink water. It's like, no, 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 you don't understand. I often say it's like making humans drink vinegar, and then they're like, but I like vinegar. And I'm like, God damn. Alcohol is a depressant. So, like, if you want to say factually, I'll say that. Initially, most people are happier when they're drinking some alcohol, yes. But it is a depressant, so it's diminishing returns, I guess. Well, I'm just gonna go here. I need some volunteers. Let's bring the mayor down here. I'm being a big meanie. That's the first thing I'm going to do. And I'm going to call them the Dead The Romantic Dead. And the Deadheads, obviously. Actually, hold on. I need to know. Damn it. I can't call them the Grateful. Disappoint. We'll go with the Romantic Dead. So the most popular god in this faction is actually the god of death. So what I'm going to do is get a bunch of dwarves stuck in cage traps and starve them to death. Is the mayor named? Yes. Gigmoth. The mayor is Dominok. Also, I'll tell you this, Azertes, in regards to the ghost, if that's what you're talking about in YouTube chat, the ghost did nothing. The name changed to Ghost once the dwarf had died because they were a ghost at that point. That happens sometimes. It just looked for, like, when reading the name of the combat log, like the ghost had gotten caught, but the ghost hadn't been caught. So, nothing out of the ordinary had happened there. What was the second? Oh, a recruit was found dead. Oh no! Perfect, actually. Hold up, just let me... Actually, no. Let me just go here and forbid this. It's very convenient, actually. I wasn't quite expecting such convenience. Which means now all I need to do is I need to pull you, link you to that, and quickly rebuild this. and then link you to that. Actually, hold on. Let me just make sure I made that out of a block and not a boulder. Yes, I did. And then we can make another zombie. That's convenient. Not feeling generous to whomst. I'm feeling very generous about giving life back to this poor dwarf who just died. They're definitely the ungrateful dead, that's for sure. Undead monkey. But yeah, people asking about how spooky this fort is. This is how spooky this fort is. This is indeed how spooky this fort is. Hopefully you're not too mangled. Okay, so you right there. No. Then link to that. So what do you think, chat? Do you guys think we'll be able to resurrect that body? Well, it certainly helped me go in the right direction, but I'm not super hopeful at the moment. Not super hopeful at the moment. Well, I mean, the god of death kills people. We're trying to best the god of death and create living death, if you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to just fix my lighting here. Oh, that's worse. How dare the sun be so bright and lovely. I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but I'll have to take your word for it. Is that a god who's appeased when things are dead? As in, like, you know, no longer living dead? Okay, let's just get rid of this squad. So if you want to leave, you can. And then you station there. And you station there. You're gonna leave. I'm gonna close this. All right, chat. Wish these... Oh. I was gonna say necromancers, more like necrodunces. Where's the other one? Where did you go? Oh. I guess that makes it kind of hard for you to get out of there. You do this. I must release. Why are your female dwarves always bald and your men always have beautiful sets of hair? Generate a new fort or play a different faction. They'll probably look different. Every faction looks different and have different cultural customs, so it depends on the faction. If the faction happens to be made up of groups of people that are largely bald, then if you are in a faction where the men are generally bald, then you will have largely bald male dwarves. If it's women dwarves who are often bald, then that, etc. This is supposed to be a no gear squad. Although you are undead, so I can just get you to do it. Yeah, it's a culture thing. It's the best way to put it. Like if you ever play a dwarven faction that is populated primarily by dwarves with human culture, then the male dwarves will shave their beards, which is really wild to see. Although that's pretty rare. That usually only ever happens if the dwarven faction is completely taken over by zombies. Or not zombies, humans. Same thing. All right, so you go down there. You cancel. You pull. All right, here we go. Let's try this. Oh, Jesus. I've also forgotten once again to do the fucking thing. It's like I got one job here. It's so goddamn simple. So I just got to put a brick up there. That's all I got to do. Always forget to put the brick there. Always. Almost without fail. Chaplain, thank you very much for chucking out a subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Any temple dwarves available? No. I don't think so. Let me look, though. No. No, there isn't. Any other choices, Stormwolf? Abundance? No. I've got one who's available. Engineering guilds train learning? Literally just learning anything trains learning. Like, any guild does that. Unless they do, like, learning demonstrations, but I've never seen that before. I'm pretty sure just any guild trains that. But, no, I never specifically try to train learning. I do make guilds, though. Is very comfortable around others. They do literal study demonstrations? Huh. No, I've never really tried. What effect does it have? Well, I mean, I know what effect it would have, but, like, has it had a noticeable effect on any of your forts? He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He has a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he can be happy and optimistic, but it doesn't matter because he's dead. He prefers to present himself modestly and tends to think before acting, and he has an active sense of humor, and he is slow to trust others. He is ambitious and is a friendly individual. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he's anxiety prone. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees those that attempt to maintain the dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't care about friendship. I'm also going to name you from Necromancer to a... No, not a Warlock. What's a good word for an undead Necromancer? Lich. Let's do that. Likes rose gold and bloodstone and gems and short swords and bins and animal traps. Swordfish for their sharp snout and when possible prefers to consume. Giant ibex and steelhead. What are you doing? Oh, grabbing chalk blocks, okay. All right, let's see what we can do in here. Because you are still alive, so you should be able to resurrect for combat. What? Grumble. Chaos. The nightmare here is very large hairy serpent. It has a broad horn and a singular purpose. It seeks to destroy the living. All right, so we got Stormwolf up there. And I think that Aiden was killed and then immediately found dead again, which is kind of unfortunate. Man. Moreb, you tried, but you failed me. You failed me. Although, actually, don't do that. I would like you to... go over here. Place all of those. Raise this. Place that. Oh no, I'm not trying to capture the nightmares in cages. I'm trying to keep the not undead necromancers safe from the nightmares. Which I realize sounds really silly, but that is what I'm trying to do. If I was trying to catch them, I'm pretty sure that's like not possible, because they don't seem to be able to be stunned. And if you can't be stunned, then you can't fall into a cage. Webbing might work, but I also haven't tried that yet either. Although now that I have a Forgotten Beast in a box, I should probably try that. But I haven't, so. Probably a project for tomorrow, to be honest. All right, now that you're out, you can go back to stationing, I think. Then you link that to that. And place you up here. It's kind of funny how I already just have all the stuff right here just to do this. That's actually kind of amusing to me. Like, maybe way funnier than it should be. I just getting the zombie to do it, you know? And then... Actually, if I just suspend that, I should probably just deconstruct this. Because I'm not going to have enough mechanisms to do the whole thing. Unless I deconstruct this, then I will. Because I need 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're all inside of it. I would expect them to, because things can die in cages. Things rot in cages. Well, okay. Things die. Things don't rot. But I've had things die. So, like, it wouldn't surprise me if they disappeared. I mean, maybe they wouldn't, but, like, they would probably still disappear after they got released from the cages, I would bet. I mean, maybe not, but I don't know. All right, so now all I need to do is this. Let's try this again, chat. Wish me luck. Very resourceful necromancers. Okay, so I did get them, and they are on my side. And they right away go into loading cage traps. Awesome. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Perfect. We did it. It only took 2 tries, but we did it. And, she might be injured, but it's just her lower spine that's spangled beyond recognition. Nothing major. She's not even lying down. That's, like, kind of wild. Let's see how she diddly dum. I probably need to make my hospital less horrid. Do you have a bedroom still? No, you don't. That's fine. Hard day's work for those necromancers, let me tell you. Spines are for earners. Spines are for the living. The dead simply don't care. Trackedon's like, what the fuck are you making me do? So just repairing compound fractures, cutting off all the wounds. It's covered in sand, too. She needs a shower. Compound fracture of lower spine. So I presume that you're gonna get splints. Needs stitches, setting, and dressing. Oh, also, the other thing that I was going to do, which I didn't get around to, is, got a bunch of dwarves in cages right now that I'm starving to death. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go be a big bad person. A very big bad person. I go down here. I'm going to place all of these dwarves who are in cages down in here. And then I'm going to lock the door. At least once everything is put in here. And then once they've all finished starving to death, that's why I said I'm going to be a bad person. Once they're all finished starving to death, I can try and turn them all into zombies. Mate, it's Halloween, Vuckrock. Also, this wasn't intentional. I ended up playing a faction where the most popular god is the god of death. So, like, 1, it's spooky season. 2, death gods and blah blah blah. Because they lose body mass? You know, I don't actually know. Yeah, I don't really care all that much. My concern is more just I want them to be zombies so nightmares aren't a problem. That's more my concern. I mean, if I actually look. Oh, no, I don't actually have one right now. We'll have to find out. I mean, maybe. If it does, it's not going to be a big enough concern for me that it's going to worry me much. Ace Ventura, thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? Appreciate you. But yeah, I generally don't care so much about such specifics. This is just the route that I've chosen to go because it's convenient and easy to do. Yeah, I mean, like, it'll probably up their agility, but they'd probably also lose muscle mass. So I don't actually know, like, how big of a deal that is. But I don't know, we'll look. If they're all, like, extremely weak or something in their traits, then maybe I shouldn't do this, but I don't know. I also like to try new things, and I've never actually run a fortress setup like this before. Like, generally when I do necromancy, I just like drown people. I usually just drown people. It's just, you know, it's just easier that way. I realize how fucked up this whole sentence is, okay? But like, usually I just drown people because it's more convenient. or because it's pretty convenient. But I don't really have a way of getting water here super quickly, and this kind of fits because I already have like the thing that can trap my own dwarves. Oh, not really. A super stressed out dwarf maintains their super stressed out state when they become a zombie. So you kind of don't want them to be super stressed. Because if they were tantruming before they die, they keep tantruming after they get resurrected. Oh, okay, fair enough. I've never played Ratopia, but the card game, right? But yeah, I don't know. I kind of figured this would make for a fun theme for a fort, if nothing else, so. All right, tool pick. If I get to play it early, they haven't told me anything. I would like to play it early. But as far as I know, I don't have any early access or anything. Oddly enough, with games like this, or rather with Dwarf Fortress, outside of the Steam release, I've literally never had early access to a patch, not once. So that would not be the norm, that's for sure. But it would be nice. Boyer has been taken by a Fey Mood. I think I have a Boyer's shop already. Isn't Ratopia a card game, though? Which is why I kind of hard passed it on it. Unless I'm thinking about Ratopolis. I might be thinking about Ratopolis. Because there's two. There's Rat Something and Rat Something. One of them is a card game, and then the other one is a... Okay, so Ratopia looks like Oxygen not included. I do need to try that game at some point. Hold up. Ratopolis is, in fact, the card game. God, that's confusing. Pro tip to game devs, Google your video game name. I mean, I kind of hate Oni, so it depends on how much like Oni it is. Because if it's too much like Oni, I actually probably won't like it all that much. Okay, how's this strange mood doing? Oh, I must have unbuilt my Boyer's shop. I think I had one earlier on and then probably just deleted it to move it and forgot to rebuild it. Oh, sure, probably. But if it's too much Oni, then I wouldn't be interested in it. Because I tried really hard to like Oni, but I just didn't. So I don't know. Maybe I'd like it. I don't know. The game I really need to get back into is Clanfolk, though. That's a game that I actually have been meaning to play again. But haven't gotten around to it. Shout out to the zombie over here, making that for me. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So chat, keep an eye on the population, yeah? When it drops, it's time to, you know, add more bodies to the dead pool. Also, I just realized that forbidding these is going to cancel these tasks. Okay, so you immediately run off. You know, that's the problem I have with these games, Private Bob, is like Norland, Clanfolk, Songs of Six. Like all of those games that I like to poke and play occasionally. I always think to myself, man, I'm kind of in the mood for something different. And then I go, oh shit, there's a really cool update coming out. Well, I'll just wait until that update comes out. And then something big comes out for Dwarf Fortress and I get distracted. And then a year later, I'm like, oh shit, I should check out Norland again. Or I should get back into Songs of Six. And then I always look and go, oh man, but there's that really cool patch coming in like 3 weeks. Oh, wait. And that's literally my life. Is like, whenever I'm like just kind of interested for a game, I have no idea when it comes to that update. But like, and then they release out of early access, and I forget that that they existed. And then the developers are like, "My game failed," and I'm like, "Huh? I'm sorry, what?" See, I don't know. Yeah, same. I mean, the last time I played Norland, I played for 1 day, and then saw a patch note that they were like basically overhauling the entire game in a week, and I was like, "All right, I'll take a break." And then Adventure Mode released. So, like, I can't win, is what I'm trying to say. Let's follow this dwarf who's linking all this stuff. Get him, Sturmwolf. I mean, if it's what I think it is, I remember it from the last time I played it, Viking. I have a gnat flying around my face. Oh, sweet. One to add to the pile. Although I should probably do this one first. And just use a different... Where's id? Oh shit. They're starting to die. That's perfect timing. Hot damn. They're all starting to die. It's great timing. I feel like such a horrible person, chat. More news at 11. It's about to be like, I need to, like, you know, assign, like, what's the word here? I was just thinking to myself that I need to, hold out a little bit longer, but beers for being a tyrant? I suppose. More of a death cult than a tyrant. This dwarf doesn't even worship the god of death. This one used to. Kun is the god of death and the stars, who's literally Kun Cat. So their name is Cat Cat. They worship an evil death cat god, which also happens to be a dwarf, not a cat. But in my mind, it's a cat. Their name is Cat Cat. Ral the Boyer has created Vakistethstil, a fungi-wood bow, an offset to the bloated baker of cooks. A bow? What am I supposed to do with that? Play a musical instrument? This is a fungi-wood bow. It does look kind of nice. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pigtail and marquee-cut chrysoprases. This object menaces with spikes of chrysoprase. On the item is an image of world focuses the tufted hail, an image of world focuses the tufted hail, the limestone scepter in fungiwood. On the item is an image of the four-sided long four-sided prisms and giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of dwarves in chrysoprase. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the procession held by the alchemical books of the oily dragon in part as part of the celebration of of dusk in the early summer of 217. The 61st procession of the celebration of dusk. On the item is an image of a full moon in pigtail. Well, that's fitting. It's like very stylistically suiting, but like, come on, it's a bow. You could have done better. I'm distressed by your lack of creativity, Dwarf. Cat. Well, it's not Cat. It's Cat the moth. Or of moths or something. Apparently I'm out of lemonite ore as well, which I find kind of amazing, but not too surprising. It just means I wasn't digging much. Or it's all inaccessible. I mean, I could go dig up more, but I mean, how much iron do I have at the moment? Only 40? Oh, come on. Also, I'm only down to 59. Come on, game. There we go. Get you assigned right there. How's that mayor doing? Hungry, drowsy, dehydrated, guilty after being confined. I mean, you should be. You told me to make ballista bolts. And it's 2 weeks early. How dare you? In 2 weeks, I would have felt kind of differently about that, but... Still doesn't change the fact that, bolts are annoying to make. Okay, where is that body, actually? Come on, dwarves. Merlin Corey, hello! That's a deep space emote. I approve. How's things, friend? Id the recruit has been missing for a week. Come on. Actually, let's also do this. Thankfully, I don't need as many barrels at the moment. How am I? I'm all right. Unlike this dwarf, but I'm trying to make them all right. I just need somebody else to behave and grab the body and put it somewhere a bit more convenient. Turns out this is currently very much not that. Oh, there we go. Alpha's... The first Vale has been elected mayor. Much more appropriate. The first Vale is one of the religious individuals of the god of death, which is much more appropriate of a mayor. I'm currently starving my dwarves to death. That's, how things are going. You know. I'm not evil, you are. Who are you calling evil? All right, who's ready for another round of zombification? Actually, I do have a zombie emote, chat. Can I get a bunch of crypt zombies, please? Did you just... Okay, no, you are starving to death. They're literally like coming down here and like picking up their clothing. I find this really fucked up. So when something starves to death in a cage, they eject all of their clothing out of the cage. So like this little pile of clothes is a dwarf that died. Like, honestly, that's truly fucked. So you've got that set up. You've got it. You've got it. You do, you do, you do, you do, and you do. I just need Erdim to die. Oh, trust me. There is no good intentions here, Bone Doll. This is just evil. This is just evil. Okay, I'm a little bit worried about timing. But if I pull the lever, if I set the whole thing off right now, there is a chance that these dwarves are going to have to fight and won't get turned into zombies. A bone thrown from the mayor? I don't think you can't. I would need a artifact bone thrown, which means I would need a fell mood or a foul mood. Which actually would be quite hard to achieve. All right, I don't want that dwarf to die. Let's wait for you to leave. Wish me luck, chat. There's going to be a fight between some of them. Okay, so immediately I get 1, 2, 3. You're getting blasted against a wall. You're overwhelmed by horror and getting blasted at a wall. Some of them will probably get recaged. Oh my god, what? Webs work. I caught a nightmare. They do still disappear, though. Well, that's something. Hot damn. So if I go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Webs do work for nightmares, but they still disappear. So if I go in here and I type in, yeah, it's just gone. Which is a damn shame. It's a damn shame. I only just started, although I killed these ones before I resurrected them, so... This was a 2-part process. This one has no arms. Well, you did do a lot of biting of the nightmare. Some of them are totally fine, though, more or less. Good luck, Dwarf. And then how's Tun? Tun over here is still starving. That's fine. You're over here just cleaning. How nice of you. Sweet, we got a dwarf coming over here to recover the wounded. You'll love to see it. Oh no, it's his arms. Ah, that's fucked up, man. That is fucked up. I think I need to make a nicer hospital before I do any more resurrecting. I just feel fucking bad. Also have a new mayor. Oh. Which is Alf, the first Vale. Who's not dead, oddly enough. Name the bone doctor, Dr. Joseph. Who's Joseph? But, sure. Muthcat. Dr. Joseph never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She rarely looks on others with lust, and she is very sloppy with her living space. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and often feels envious of others. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and licks her lips when she's nervous, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values self-control and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes bismuth and platinum and emerald as well as cartbone, greaves and backpacks and thrones and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying features. Perfect. And the words of the Book of Reticence and the sound of the Umber poem, and when possible prefers to consume sweet potato plants and potato wine and cowpeas, and absolutely hates rats. How often do you see that? Like, so perfect. Oh no. Somebody died. Stick him on the pile. That was one of the ones that was in the cages that then got thrown out of the cage and then back into a cage. Let's see how much of this I can rebuild. That's being deconstructed. Is that troglodyte friendly? That's a wild animal. It's an iron cage. Okay, let's get all these placed. Let's also go up to here, grab this. Undead do not eat or drink, no. I think intelligent undead can be forced to eat or drink. But no, they do not eat or drink. And if you're playing adventure mode, I think you can force them to eat. Actually, no, not that one. Let's do you. You. And you. Yes. Famine Noir. I can't remember because there was a change that was made where they now satisfy that need, and so I presume that means that they eat and drink, but like honestly, I've done so few necromancer forts in last year that like I don't really remember. But there was a change that was made so that they were harder, like easier to satisfy that need. Vampires don't. I think necromancers might, but I could also be completely wrong. Okay, so there's 2 corpses on display now, which is what we need. We just need the 3rd one. Sweet, here comes the 3rd one. All right, chat, we're about to do another round. Wish the old necromancy some luck. Because I think they may need it. Okay, all 3 of those are on display. You can be unassigned. Hun's been missing for a week. This is interesting. I keep getting the they've been missing for a week notification, even though they've definitely just been sitting there and haven't moved. It's actually a little odd. There's a giant rat in my caves. All right. One more for the road, chat. What do you think? Just let you grab whatever you're grabbing. I don't know where you're going, but you're going for something. You don't really have any reason to be down here, so please leave. Thank you. All right, you. Let's cancel that task. And pull the lever. And you, no, not you. You specifically, go stand a little further this way. Here we go. Chad, I'm gonna need more beers than that. We got 1 beer. Can do better. YouTube folks, you guys can help out too. Posting beers is free. Just a beers emoji. Can do it. I have faith. Hi, hobo. Alright, let's go.
Yeet.
Okay, so we want to see 3 zombies. Alright, well, I see 3 zombies, and they're all not friendly. I'm also seeing a weird grub nightmare. Grubby McNightmare. And unfortunately, I'm also not seeing any more successes with zombies. Tisk. You fucked up, man. And hold up, is that a friendly lower arm? No. We didn't beer hard enough, chat. Oh no! Did Moreb get deaded? I think we friendly fired Moreb. But I'm also not seeing a corpse. I think I did. I think I hit somebody so hard they disappeared. That or we've like straight up just flattened them. Which I didn't see happen, by the way. Oh, are you underneath the teeth? I'm actually not sure where it is. Put them on display and we'll see if we can resurrect them. I'll try again. Do you introduce yourself as Volt? It depends on the context. If I'm at a work event, usually, yeah. Because people are more likely to know who I am. In person, no, I introduce myself as Greg. On stream, I generally introduce myself as Greg. The username is obviously like a part of me, right? Because it's a username. But that being said, it's not everything. Why? Or rather, why does it matter, I suppose? Because, like, it's only really, like, relevant at work things. And if you're trying to make a joke, not really. I mean, generally I just introduce myself as Gregory. Oh my gosh, you're so original. And so very funny, Mark. All right, chat. Let's see if I can get one more attempt in here to get these bodies back up and walking. The fact of the matter is my username was originally... There we go. My username was originally self-deprecating humor that's stuck. Like, you don't always get to pick your username. in this world. I know I certainly didn't get to because, like I said, it was a joke that stuck. And I don't know. I don't super appreciate people using my username as a source of humor. If you think it's funny, then cool, but it's not really why I've kept it. If I could have chose to change it, I would have changed it a long time ago. Such is life. Speaking of life, I need some zombie emotes, because clearly the beers didn't work. So let's get some zombie emotes, chat. Smart Dwarf, right there. A+. Well done. Dominoc has rejoined the fort. Wouldn't it be fun if Dominoc got reelected mayor? All right, let's do that. You're connected, you're built. You're loading a cage trap, will let you finish that. Actually, no, I won't. But I will wait until you walk in and then leave. After grabbing whatever it is you're grabbing. And I will lock this. After you grab whatever you were grabbing. And leave. You right here, Stormwolf. We're gonna go pull this lever. Wish us luck, chat. The zombies are hopefully gonna do their job. Nope. Nope, no, maybe we did. Did I? Ha! Okay, so Moreb resurrected success. But now I need them to not die again. Which they didn't. Excellent. Okay, but, like, where's Stormwolf? Okay, so you're right there. What about you? Oh, you're in a cage. Okay. I call that a pretty good success, if you ask me. Moreb's been resurrected. Only took 2 tries. And slight obliteration of their body. But they're now being carried away. Successfully. CoffeeZilla is not Voidzilla. CoffeeZilla made a second account called Voidzilla. CoffeeZilla still exists. So he has 2 accounts with 2 different names. One is CoffeeZilla and the other one is Voidzilla, but he's CoffeeZilla on both accounts. I did exactly the same thing. I have Blind on YouTube and I have Blind Extras. No, I really can't change my username. Because then I would have to redo decades of branding. Thousands of videos of me verbally stating my, like, username in monetized YouTube videos that people then go searching for me. I would lose all of that. So no, I can't really just change my username. It would require a full business rebrand, and honestly, I've seen channels die because of that. And every channel I've ever seen that's done that gets a lot of combat, I was reading the word combat, traffic from places like YouTube, lose a shit ton of traffic when they do that. So it's not as easy as you think it is, unfortunately. He only ever uploads every couple months to CoffeeZilla. What are you smoking? Voidzilla, he uploads like commentary reaction content that's really, really quick and easy to produce, especially with the help of an editor. And CoffeeZilla, he uploads 2 every few months. One with super high production value, where he does his investigations, and then the other ones are literally just him talking about the news. Like, no shit. Also, like, CoffeeZilla could never upload another YouTube video and would still have more followers and traffic and everything than I've ever gotten. Basically what I'm saying is that's not the same thing as changing a Twitch channel name. All right, anyway, I fucking hate that joke, but that's besides the point. I'm going to call it for the day, chat. I think that we've had some very good successes. Aside from the super injured gremlin, where I have no idea what happened to them, we have a whole bunch of rotten butchers in the fort now. And a good few necromancers as well. I think we've made some pretty great progress. But no, if it was that easy, I would have done it years ago. The amount of traffic I would lose from changing my username would be horrific. So, no, I can't just change my username. Regardless, though, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you guys would like to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow normal time for normal stuff, normal things. It's good to see you, Not John. Thanks for tuning in, YouTube folks. Till next time. All right, Twitch chat. Give me a second here.